Alright. Sorry. Ooh. It's gonna be a bit weird, but we're here now. We're now here. Oh, I forgot something. Easy. What's happening? Okay, it isn't public. Go ahead. There's no one. There's no one around. What's happening? I haven't actually finished this. Yikes. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like, what is? Okay, there's a wire there. Okay. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. There's not much of a topic, or is my mic? It is on. Okay, I'm like, there's not much for me to talk about, other than some few plans I have ahead with some few friends, who also streams. So we might end up doing some collab at some point, but we don't know yet. Some things might change. I don't even know if there's people watching this, so I'm like, you know. I know for sure YouTube says concurrent viewers, and I don't even know if they also speak the same language as I do, for, you know, because YouTube. I might just listen to a different thing on my end when I'm listening to stuff, things Nothing much is going on. Oh, hola. Hola. Bienvenido in Fairy Animación. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Yo no hablo español, pero poco poco. Solo poco poco. Español. ¿Cómo está? Oh my god, I didn't know my headset was that loud. I could hear what was playing in my headset. It was picking it up. What the hell? That's scary. Well, it's not really that scary. Just a bit uncontrolled, I guess. All right, let's get back to work. Yeah, I have this I don't know if this is fine to talk about in the stream, but I have this thing in my I have this thing I'm feeling in my hand after playing Celeste yesterday night. I think I should stop playing with a controller or something. It's been a while since I played video games that long, and I think it's much more apparent compared to before, where I could play video games for long extended period of time and I don't feel anything very, like not pain. There's no pain or something. I don't know how to explain it without making it sound weird. ¿Tú puedes me enseñar de español? Gonna be a bit far from the mic, but I hope I'm still audible. Hearable. I don't know what's the right word. Edible? No, that's for eating. Hello. How are you? How's everyone doing? I'm sure Pips have already asked, but what's the premise of the short film? Oh no, nobody asked yet. I didn't talk about this as someone working on their one right now. I'm curious. You're probably from the same school as I am. I don't know. Just thinking. Okay. Let me see if I can pull out my animatic. It was my thing here. Do I have it? No, I don't have it here. Wait. I'm pretty sure it's fine for us to show. I mean, I'm gonna list this video anyway, so it seems like I'm not show the rest of it. Let me see if this is the. Let me see if this is the right copy first. Just to see if. No, this is not the right copy. Where did I put it? My nose. Okay, sorry. Over dramatic. Version 2, there you go. There you go. Okay. Let me pull it out and play it on stream. I know you can't see it yet because it's I'm recording the window. Let's see. How do I put this today? With this. What? There you go. Transition. There we go. Alright. Does it have sound? I don't think it has sound. Yeah, I didn't put any sound yet. What school are you at? No, I can't say that on stream. People are gonna dox me. Sorry. Just can't. Just fix the screen so it fits a little bit. Okay. I don't know. There's probably some cutoff on the bottom part and the top part. But yeah, whatever. Let's play it. It's fine. It's not that important anyways. I'll talk about it after. But right now, let me like covering a part of it. It does have a sound, but not really that strong sound. It's just like a black hole kind of sound. So this is the part that I'm animating right now. For today, I might just do like rough of it. I'm not sure if I can go and extend it until like the next cuts, like here. What's this BGM called? Oh shit, BGM is playing. It's called Orange Lemon. I think no, something soft. Let me see. Okay, it's called 30 BGM 350 ml fizzy honey lemon soda 350 ml. I'll type that down later. I'm sorry, I'm like talking over the. Well, there's nothing really going on in the film anyways. There you go. That's the that's the film. And we have something like at the end where the phone is, yeah. So, I mean, the premise, anyone who watches it can understand what it is really about, I guess. But yeah, the 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 start, like the idea where it started. There was this one time where I was scrubbing through the internet like most people do. Oh, that's loud in my ears. Sorry. Actually, let me just pause that because I'm just gonna. Yeah, I was because there's so much things that I want to put in this film, but I think I bit more than I could chew or something. I don't know what's the right term for this. I'm changing it to just the program for now. I'll keep the video just here in the background just in case some people might ask about it again. Don't play on my face. Yeah. Okay. So the film, I guess, it's mainly about the idea that I had initially, where there's this one day I was like just on the internet, like any social media, you can say. Like, I know this might be cringe for some people. I still use Facebook, but that's because in my most friends from Philippines use it a lot, and like it's part of just getting in contact with them, right? But I only use it every once in a while. I'll see if there's a notification or something, and then I scrub through it, like, like for a minute or two or something. I don't know. And then there's this one time I saw a post of my friend where their relative recently died or something, right? I know for some people they have different ways to cope up with death, right? And for me, that was like the beginning, like the film. There was a short insert of that. So the first post that I see, or like while I'm scrolling down, there's like, like, oh, I remember my dad or something. And then the next post after that, I continue scrolling, is like some sort of meme, unrelated to the first post. And the algorithm, the internet doesn't care about what you just saw. We just have to move on. Obviously, for some people who are so used to this, are desensitized with the feeling of, what is it now? What should I feel? Because you probably know that person, and then now they're not there anymore, and then the next post you see is just like unrelated to that. I mean, I get it if it's like in a news of some sort, because it's so hard to transition from that. Like, can we get a moment of silence of some sort? I don't know. But it is directed, but in the internet, it's not, there's no transition to that. It's just instantly depressing, and then haha funny. And I'm like, okay, how do I explain this feeling? Because I have that feeling and I can't really explain it. Even now I'm trying to explain it, I can't really tell, and I don't know how to explain it very well. And to me, it seems like it's just everything just goes by really fast nowadays. Our attention span is so short. Like, there's like TikTok videos, there's like, it used to be Vine and now it's TikTok or whatever. So things are just flying past by. And of course, it's obviously also referencing the song Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham, from his short, what do you call that? Short, is it short? I don't know if it's a short film. It's his one film thingy in Netflix, Inside, called Inside. And yeah, to me it felt like everything nowadays just going by really fast, and it was hard for me to get that idea. And I didn't want to make a film about how internet is destroying everything, or I didn't want to focus on one thing in particular. There was so many iteration on the idea. It started with how somebody gets in the internet, and then like it progressed from Twitter is evil. Well, the first draft of my animatic was that he got in, and then there were Twitter birds following him, like out for his blood. And then later on, I had to change it because I felt like I was conveying a message that only Twitter is evil, even though it's not really. The internet could be evil. We don't know that. It doesn't have any feelings. It doesn't care about you. It's the people who's using it, how they use it, and how they spend their time with it. So yeah, I didn't want to get into putting so much details, or it's more about the feeling that I wanted to convey, because I don't know, anyone could have different feelings about internet. Someone could feel like it's their safe space. Someone could feel like it's also where they gather the community because they can't get out in reality, or it's different, right? But for me, it was like more of personalized in this sense. Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to draw this beautifully, even though like it should be just it should be just this. So yeah, again, this is not like for everyone, like I mentioned, well, like I'm trying to mention in the, well, I didn't really say that out loud in the film. But it's the idea was to make it personalized and to make it seem like I could be the only one who could be thinking this way, or maybe some people think the same way nowadays, or whatever. But yeah, I also mentioned this a while ago when I was streaming, but it's I wasn't saying that that's my film was about, but because it was a topic a lot of the days, previous streams, some could summarize it. Oh, this is why he was talking about it. Sorry, I have to. It's so funny to see, like. Hello. Oh God. But yeah, I didn't wanna I didn't wanna do like everything is an evil or something. It's more of what we see nowadays and what we're being told about, mostly people in general. Especially the part where initially there wasn't anything on the rock. Well, was it like those things that flying towards the character? There wasn't really anything written on it. Like there wasn't any text at all. And then I decided to put like broken generation, just to put like an actual thought. It wasn't to pander, but the things that I see recently was talking about how the generations nowadays is kind of desensitized to a lot of things. And also I don't know, whatever the old people are talking about, whatever they don't like about the younger people nowadays. So it's very much like how the boomers were bullying the millennials, and now the millennials have problems with the what was it, Gen Z? What am I saying, Gen Z? Something like that. It's a generational thing. It's something anyone could experience. Wow. I was talking to my friend the other day, and we were like having this conversation about, oh, you watch this YouTuber, oh, I watch this too. And I had a thought that I like to imagine that before our time, before internet, it used to be like, oh, you listen to this music, you listen to this album, or give this album a listen or something, or you watch this film, or watch this film or something, right? Yeah, it wasn't that available, especially if you don't have a DVD player or anything related to that. But in a sense, there was some form of sharing a media, right? You're sharing a media through that, or you're just talking about media in general. But nowadays, we're like, media is everywhere, and the way we consume it and the time we have in a day to consume it, it's I don't know. And at the same time, I'm worried about the next generation. Not worried like it's my responsibility or concern, but in a way that how would it look like now? Like, it is happening right now. Like, oh, did you see this TikTok video, or did you see this Twitter, or did you see this tweet or something? And yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's bad or anything, but I guess that's how it is nowadays, right? And it's nothing different to what it used to be, but the accessibility is so easy. For almost everyone, I guess, because I've been to a place where it's hard to get internet, so I'm not making an exception about them either. It's just through experience, you know in fairness. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm just too concerned about things that I shouldn't be concerned about. Maybe it's invalid. Maybe I'm just talking my ass out of it. But yeah, originally what I just wanted to do was animate something flying across a plane of some sort. And I had to have an idea that goes along with that. So that's how I got this. That's how I originally got to this short film. Probably end up explaining it later on, because this stream is gonna be long. I'm gonna be working like all day long for this. Probably also stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how this works, because after I finished my internship last year, I don't really feel like animating that much, even though I did animate like 2 or 3 animations on stream, but I wasn't feeling it very well, because I think I was just burned out, or maybe not. I don't know what's the right term for it, but whatever it was I was feeling, I thought I just needed a break, and my little small brain thought that, hey, you can take a break by playing video games and just streaming it. So I did that, and it was fun playing the game. I don't mind people not watching the whole stream. It was okay. That's just how it works. Nobody knew me as a what do I call this, gamer or something. I don't know, whatever. Mostly people subscribe for animation, and that's fine. That's understandable. But yeah, I was like, yesterday, the Celeste stream, I think it was partially also the controller, or maybe it's been a while since I played video games, but most likely I was pressing the controllers too hard, or I was doing things with it that wasn't supposed to be, or I don't know, like my thumbs are hurting a lot now. I mean, it's not hurting a lot, but I can feel that there's something that I don't usually feel when I'm playing video games before, when I was younger. And it just dawns on me, like, I am old. I'm no longer the same guy as I used to be. So yeah, I don't know. Right? I don't know. Wait, there's so much. We have the same time, but my side is AM, so we're halfway around the world, right? Yeah, I mean, right now we have daylight saving, so yeah, I know in Philippines, because I'm from there. I keep tabs with my friends. I always know that I'm like 12 hours behind them, but because the daylight saving, now it's 13 hours. Oh, hello, Live Enjoyer. I don't know if you're still here. I was like talking for a while there, explaining what this project is about. But yeah, hello, hi. I don't even know if I lost a lot of people now in chat. Let me load the chat. Okay, nothing. I didn't miss anything. Alright, going back to listening to music. Let's say go. Heads up, I might sing sometime when I'm like really bored while streaming, so just heads up there. Pog. hola, buenos días, buenos días, mi amigo. Uh, yo no hablo español. Perú, saludo. Helios, saludo. Gracias. Un poco de español. Solo entiendo poco. Discord no, no. No tengo Discord server. Lo siento. Are you gonna upload this final project to YouTube too? After a while, after like a month or two, I don't know. Just after. Because I have to submit this something. I'm not sure how it will end. I don't know if I'm gonna submit this to a film festival. I'm not even sure, but you know, it's I made it because of internet. Well, not really because of internet. I just wanna animate someone flying around. Much like how my other student films are. I work on them. I show them in my class after a few months or two, and I feel good about it. I post it in my YouTube channel because initially it's not for YouTube. You know, YouTube being the better platform is ignoring all things they've done to. Is more like there are different sides. Yeah, I don't know where that is coming from, or I don't know which part of the stream I said anything about YouTube. Just in context for those who don't know, I'm studying film and animation, independent film and animation. What we're supposed to do every time we finish our student film is that we're supposed to submit it for film festival. It's really up to us what we want to do with our films after. So yeah, just in context, just because like it seems like you guys think I'm making this for YouTube. No, it's not. For school stuff, I mostly make things for myself, which is kind of what they want us to do. All right. Most of the time, what I do in YouTube is obviously partly the things that I want to do also, but also there's a part of what do audience, what will the audience click also, like what do people want to see, or maybe, but first it's more of like what I want to do rather than thinking about what people want to see from me, because in the end of the day, it's better to enjoy what I enjoy what I want to do rather than people forcing me, or me feeling forced to do something. Essentially, it was just me replying to the guy who said that, lol, don't mind me. Oh, about YouTube? No, it's fine. I think it would be better if you add them, because I don't know if you're talking to me or talking to them. Again, YouTube, I don't know how to explain this, because I don't know if some people remember, but I posted a video explaining how YouTube works, kind of how YouTube works, or how I found out how YouTube works. I don't know if they change it nowadays, or they're still trying to hide it. But what they're doing with their algorithm is that whenever, let's say, I upload usually HoloLive content, a lot of people click on it, right? And then later on I uploaded a video that doesn't get that much click because it's not related to HoloLive. That's not what people mostly subscribe for, which is understandable. I did that, that's fine. And I intended to do that because I'm trying to send a message to my old subscribers instead. And old subscribers doesn't get any form of notification that much because they thought my channel has been long dead since then. So now YouTube thought that, okay, he's not appealing to his main audience anymore, so let's not show the rest of his video in the recommendation tab. So that's what has been happening. So if you'll notice that some of my video don't get past 10,000 views because they don't get shown in the recommendation tab. Yeah. But again, I don't want to say that because YouTube is this and that. And there was an actual research, 1 hour long video explaining that this is real, not just for me, but for YouTube channels that are way bigger than I am. So channels that has 200,000 subscribers, channels like Nuxtaku is also experiencing it. So yeah, and this is when you upload a video that doesn't get a lot of click. So what happens if you stream and then it gets uploaded? It initially becomes a video, right? And people don't watch a whole stream. And this is also why, if you notice, some of your streamers in YouTube, like HoloLive streamers, you don't really see the VOD as recommended like before, like last year. It wasn't showing a lot. Now it's changing. Like I see a lot of VODs recommendation in my recommendation. Like I see the VOD after the stream happened. I see it every once in a while. I don't click on it because I can't watch the whole stream. But the only time that I can remember that I would sit down and actually watch a stream, like a whole stream, a VOD of a stream, is not because from the recommendation. It's usually because I go to their channel and then watch the VOD. It's really weird. But yeah, that's what has been happening in the background in YouTube. Apparently, they say it's gonna become better because, as we all know, YouTube isn't really a streaming platform originally. So they intended this, but they didn't really thought about the algorithm, how the algorithm will treat the streamers. Now we have Ludwig moving from Twitch, and he does have some sort of input about not just the algorithm but also the streaming experience. But yeah, more people talking about this, more the better, I guess, in a sense. I'm very sick. Hello, very sick. I'm Ilios or Dawn. Hello. Just hello. How is everyone doing? I've also been allowed. Let's remove community captions. That's a good idea. Let's remove the dislike buttons for some reason. Those things, I don't really focus on them that much. Like I know the community caption. I had that one before when I had a different community. Well, I wouldn't say different community. They're still around here and there. Where I would have usually people or viewers that are Spanish, but because I'm making tutorials in English, I would ask them that if you know Spanish or and English, you can put subtitles in it if you want to, and that was fine. But sometimes you don't know if they're putting the right subtitles, so yeah. Yeah, you don't want that, or I guess in a sense, you don't know if they're saying things correctly or they're making fun of you, or in a sense. But yeah, that's why it's removed. For the dislike button, I don't know if that's, I don't have any kind of comment about it, because honestly, I don't mind. I mean, I dislike my own videos, you know. I don't know, right? Like, I don't care at all. Like, it doesn't, I know it doesn't push in the algorithm, it doesn't recommend the videos if it has a lot of dislike. But for my channel that is really small, all I can tell if a video has more dislike than likes is that, I shouldn't do this. But if it's like always mixed, that's because people have their own opinion. What is supposed to be funny to me isn't funny to those kind of people, because they have their own opinions of what humor is, and my sense of humor is different from them, right? So it could be liked by a lot of people, it could be disliked by some people, and my brain just doesn't care about that much. But that's just my end, right? If I had like 1 million subscriber and then I ask people to dislike, then I can tell what's actually going on in that video. But if I made a fuck up and a lot of people dislike that video, I can tell because I fucked up in there. But most likely that doesn't happen that much. There was recently in a video right now, when I went to YouTube studio, there's this kid, or it sounds like a kid, complaining how my old video, it was an old video, a tutorial video, sounded like I was so harsh or rude. And I think it was lacking some sort of context because they're watching it now and it was a re-upload in a sense. And back then, I get a barrage of people keep asking to make this tutorial, make that tutorial, make this tutorial. And again, a context, I deleted 600 of my videos, late around 2019 or 2020. I can't remember which year it was when I deleted all of my videos, but I deleted all of my videos. And most of those videos are tutorials. So like there's no existing playlist of tutorials anymore. And in the video, I had an introduction about saying like, if you are going to ask me in the comment section to make a tutorial, maybe you should look it up in my playlist first, because I've covered like a lot of things already, but they weren't really a good tutorial. But yeah, like this kid is explaining, and they were like disliking the video and saying like, oh, I'm gonna report your channel because you're so harsh to people or something. I don't know which part of the video he didn't like, but there wasn't any context to that. So yeah, and now I'm thinking, maybe I should just delete all of the old stuff and just start, just move on from this, because if I'm just getting this kind of treatment, or people just doesn't get, context, or just snowflake about anything at all, and can't take any sort of joke, or can't take any, like, I might as well just not. I mean, I don't care that much, right? Like he was giving me a threat that he's gonna delete my channel of some sort. That's what made me think that they're childish, or like they're literally a child in my comment section. And like I'm thinking, this is why I didn't like doing this kind of content anymore. It's like, what is this? Some days I wish I wouldn't look at the what do you call this? The YouTube studio. It's not because it's bad, it's just that sometimes YouTube, the way they give you information, it sounds so daunting, or like it makes it so, like, it feels bad, like there's a competition, even though there shouldn't be. Like because I haven't been uploading a lot of videos now, new year, the subscriber count is like, it's not the same as it used to be. Like I'm getting 1,000 like every month, used to be, and now I'm not getting that much because I'm not as active as I used to, or I stream a lot more, you know, and people don't really engage in that content because, again, like I said, they don't know me as a streamer. They know me for my animation, which is fine. I don't mind that. But YouTube puts like a big arrow pointing down, like, hey, your subscriber count is going down. You're not getting a lot of subscribers now compared to before. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Please, just let me do what I want to do. I don't have to be depressing about it. I don't know why, but I'm like doing line art for some reason. The whole thing looks empty in a way, but what it's when it's a sketch, it looks much better. Why is that? That's because when you're sketching, you do like this kinds of lines. Like, you're not so confident with your lines, right? And if you say clean line art, that's why when you put clean line art on top of it, you just do one stroke usually, right? So that's why it looks empty. And also sometimes if you are doing sketch, you do like what do you call this, you suggest volumes through lines. So let's say you have a limb here, right? And sometimes you want the limb to like go like that. Of course, it looks like the limb is like, I don't know how to say this in how to show this in a, what I draw here is convincing enough that it's facing a little bit towards us, but the lower leg, the sheen, I don't know what it's called, is like pointing away from us. But how do you convey that through drawing? With either one or two lines like this, and then you put this just to convey that it's you know, farther away from us. Sometimes people do the rings, like the ring effect, like this, right? Like the stripe rings. They do this, and then of course when you do the clean line art, you know, you don't need that anymore, so you're gonna erase that, right? So you're gonna be like that. But of course, you can fill in if you want to. You can fill in some of this, not the lines, but more of like the muscles, depending on your art style. So let's say you want, you know, the calves to be like built like a brick or some shit, I don't know. So you're gonna pronounce that a little bit more, and you're gonna put something like that there. So now it's not empty, there's something inside. Then you'll have I don't know, like the muscle here. I don't know which direction it is, but you get the point, right? So that's why it's empty, because there's nothing inside the drawing that much anymore. I mean, I'm not looking at the drawing, but I'm just, you know, I'm just expecting, I don't know what's the right term, I'm just assuming that that's why it's like that, probably. I don't know. I sound dismissive. I heard that from a friend of mine. I don't know what it means, but apparently it means like some sort of negative most of the time. And yesterday I was streaming and people keep saying that I sound like sad, or I lack sleep or anything. I can't really change that if I sound like that. I'm sorry if, you know, watching me is like watching a depressed person do shit. Okay, I don't know how to do this actually, so spog. That is a fact. No. Boom, so hizo mismo preciso. No comprende. Chotomate. That's Portuguese, right? Portuguese, I think. Disculpe-me, now comprendo. Yeah. Fala inglés. Tu fala inglés? Perhaps. Now comprendo. I'm saying it like a stupid person. Now comprendo. I don't know how to say. I don't know how to speak Portuguese. And if it is not Portuguese, I'm sorry. Disculpe-me. Now falar Portuguese. Yeah. Let's go. I am Mr. Worldwide. I know all the I'm kidding. I don't know every language, okay? Perspective. Ha? He? Ho? Ho? He? Ho? Ha? Ha? أنا مش فاهم. أنا مش فاهم. That's is that Arabic or a different form of Arabic? أنا مش فاهم. هل تتكلم الإنجليزية؟ 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 الإنجليزية? Or maybe that's a different Arabic. Huh? Ta Anglesi? Taki Anglesi? I'm not sure, huh? I'm not so sure if I'm... Where is I do not understand? Huh. I guess it doesn't exist. It's Urdu. Urdu. Let's see if I know that. Probably not. It looks like so you say main samajtanahim. Main samajat main samajtanahim. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Maybe I'm murdering your... Sorry. Kya aap to अंग्रेजी आती है? Oh, let's go. No, I have a book that has like, well, it's not a book, it's more like a booklet, mostly like just every language saying I don't understand and English. Do you speak English? That's it. That's all I know. I don't memorize them, but I can't tell from apart in your own writing, like your language is writing. Yeah, but I am murdering it. Yeah, I'm not killing it as a positive. I'm so bad at it. But okay, that's the Pakistan Urdu. Okay. The more you know, So kya aapko अंग्रेजी आती है? I don't know how you say it. I've never heard this language, so I'm not saying it correctly. Probably not saying it correctly. Oh, that's gonna be hard to remember. Main samajta nain. The more you know. Start working, so get things done here. Do you know the English part in Urdu? You got it right. Anglesi, because it's it sounds the same from Arab. Anglesi, and in I know French enough, but I don't know. I know that it doesn't sound the same in French, but I studied French for a year. So like learning different language and the pronunciation, I need to start articulation, a different kind of saying things. I'm also learning Japanese from time to time, but not extensively like compared to when I was learning French. Surprised when you said, "Do you know English?" Yeah, English, not Urdu. I don't know Urdu. Okay. I mean, it sounded like I'm flipping through a book, so you could easily tell that I was reading a script or some sort. I wish I was a polyglot, but you know, I'm not. So polyglot speaks a lot of languages. Just explanation there. It was a very good try. I got Urdu Jozu, bro. By the way, thanks a lot for like timestamping the songs in your time lapse video as I listening to Shadow and I love this stuff. You're welcome. I, I I do that because I know people ask about music, and I hate to be that person where I know, like, I watch other people's video and I don't know the song, and then when I want to know, and I have to like go down the comment section and ask people, "Hey, do you know this song?" or some shit like that. So yeah, I know the experience. So I made it easier for people who like, "Hey, this sounds funky. I want to listen more. What do they?" And you know, sometimes people do check the description, sometimes people don't. And yeah, I'm like, I always reply to them, "It's right there in the description. It's just right there. It's right there." But yeah, good to know it description thing does work. Put this all in threes. Really? Say, what music do you use for DPP timelapse video? The pivot one, which has Zyker dodging Gogo's cake. It was like 4 minutes and it's titled timelapse. Let me see. Oh, that one I didn't put any. Oh, think I think I used a pre-existing audio from YouTube on this. I don't know. No, okay. Trying to remember. I think this is the first one. I don't know if you're asking for the first music. Are you asking for the first? Yeah, the first track. Okay, this one is... Ooh, I have to look for it because I know I downloaded it from Newgrounds. There's a Newgrounds audio. Can't go in Newgrounds now, I don't know why. Hello Newgrounds, let me in. Hello audio, thank you. Go key sound. Let me see if... Ah, that's so loud. My ears. I know the artist, but I don't know the song. So let's look for it. It has a good song. I know that one, but that's not it. No, that's not it either. No. Oh, this is all his songs now? What happened? Oh, there's more. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. There's more. No, that's not it. Was it this one? Let me see. No. Sounds like different. Well, ugh, ew. That's not it. No. Oh my god. Listening to his songs and it brings me memories. Cause I was like just looking for right songs. Oh, that's not it either. Man, it's been a while. No, that's not it either. That's good. No, I don't find it. I don't seem to see it. I guess I forgot. I just forgot. I don't have the videos. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, no. No, I know where it is. I know from where it is now. I know where it is now. Ah, ears. It's from a game. From a game. Oh my god. Can I lower the volume? I'm trying to look for it. Which one is it? They all sound the same to me. No. There you go. It's the. Oh my god. How do I say? It's like they're numbered. They numbered it. They don't put the sound. Okay. Where is the chat? Let me just type it. So it's from a game called Spell. It's PvP OST. That the number 13. There's gonna be a playlist. You'll see it there, and then that's. If you go to that playlist, Kurt Spell PvP OST, and you listen to the other songs, they're all bangers, rock songs. So you know, you can just easily tell that it's done by the same people. So yeah. Sometimes the songs from game don't get copyrighted because you know it's in a game, and how are you supposed to play the game online without yeah. Good thing I remember because I forgot. I wanted to play this game again because they added a lot of stuff, but it's I don't know. It's another game. Like it's a grindy game in a sense that it's I don't know. It's PvP, it's PvE, and like those kind of stuff. It's more centered to combat and not so much into the exploration and story. Sorry, I shouldn't be looking at the internet. Should just work on this. Hi, T-Master. Hello, welcome to the stream. Nothing much is going on here, so, you know, just me working. I just streamed this so that I'm actually working, not doing something else on the computer. But thank you for stopping by. It sounds like it's bad, but it is what it is for now. I know there's only a few people watching, but maybe I should share some story, I don't know, while we're at it. Any one of you has been in a school fight, like school, like, you know, fight someone in school, or fight like punching, or like fight just argue that escalated to a fight? I have been in that situation before. I think it was 2 or 3 times. I can't remember. When I was on the 4th, this was the first. I think this was the first time. Almost got into a fight. The first time was when I was in 4th grade. Just a context before we got escalated into that. I had a laser pointer when I was young, and then I was really young. I didn't know, like, I lived with my sister, and there wasn't any presumption of like being sexual or anything. You know, like I'm saying, like, I don't think that way back then. I was really young. I don't have any clue about what is good and bad, or sexual or not, at that point. So I was literally pointing the laser pointer at a girl that I don't like. She's my classmate, but we were just playing around, right? And I was just pointing it at her, and I didn't know why they were like being disgusted, because apparently I was pointing it at her crotch, and they thought I was like being sexual about it. To me, I was just like, okay. And you know, I couldn't read the room. I didn't know what it was back then. And then I was just surprised because I got called in like in a lunch break. I got called by someone, and I said okay. And then they called me, and they were all sixth grader. So they walked me in this alley, and they all surrounded me. Imagine a fourth grader being surrounded by all the sixth grader. And apparently that was a guy who had a crush on the girl that I was pointing the laser pointer. And he was asking me, and I was like, what do you even mean? Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, he was literally telling me the body part, and I don't know what body part that is. Like, they think I was joking with them, and they were like ready to beat me up or some sort, like execute. Good thing they knew me that I was what do you call this? I was already known around the school, but not that way. Like, they know me because they know me because I was I participated on this what do you call that? I participated on this school event where there's like a talent show of some sort, and people liked my dancing, even though it was bullshit dancing, whatever. And people liked it. I stand out a lot from the rest of my kin, or I don't know how to say this without making it sound like I'm above everyone else, but I didn't like the idea that a lot of people I stand out compared to other because of my skin. I have a much more fairer skin compared to the people. I'm a Filipino, yes, but like my skin is much whiter to them, and in an Asian or not really Asian, but in Philippines, it's like, because everyone else is much more darker toned than I am, they think I'm some foreigner, even though I'm not. I was born there. So I don't know, maybe that was why they liked my dancing or whatever. But yeah, that was it, right? And they remembered that was me there. So they thought to themselves, they can't really beat me, or like they can't really touch me, because people know me, and if that gets across, then they would know, like, whatever I say, I have a public opinion on my side, but not like public opinion that they would literally, what do you call this? Believe whatever I say. I'm just saying that a lot of people know me through that, so they know if they do hurt me in some way, they'll get into trouble, because I'm not the kind of person who doesn't say anything. I'm almost always like really stupid in a way that I'll say anything, whatever I'm asked about. Like, if I'm getting interrogated at that time, I was really young. I had no clue what was going on. Like, if I get interrogated and a police says, so who's this guy, and if I know, I'll instantly just call them out and say, oh, this guy killed this person or whatever, even though they told me, you don't tell them. Because I was young, I was just, in my head, oh, this guy is telling me what to do, and I'll do it, So yeah, that was my experience with that fight, the first time that I almost got a fight, or almost got in a fight. So I got out untouched. I didn't told my mother about this. I didn't told anyone in my family. I'm just telling this in the internet right now, but that was a very funny experience for me, I guess. I don't know if it's funny or not, but it was. I just realized how I was in trouble after, after a few minutes, or after I was explained, because I was asked, "Oh, where did you went to this lunch break?" I'm like, "Oh, I got called by them," and they were like, I don't know what they were doing, but they were asking me why I'm pointing this laser pointer at this girl or something. I don't know, whatever. And they were like, "What? You came out there unscathed?" Yeah, why? I thought that was just they were gonna beat you up or some shit. I'm like, what, really? I just realized after. Like, oh. Oh, that didn't happen. So yeah, and it sounds bullshit, but it sounds also like, you know, those anime gangster thing, and it could have been worse. You know, I was just a small kid surrounded by these sixth graders and about to get beaten up. That was my first experience. There were my other experience, but I don't count them really as a fight. More of just me being a brat, I guess. Yeah, and also, like I said, I live with my sister, and whenever we fight, I don't really see her. Like, my mother never told me about don't raise your hand to a girl or something. She's my elder sister, and she always, like, when we get to fight, like, sometimes it gets, you know, like when you're younger, you just fight, fight, you know? And I never really got into a point that I win over her because of my strength. I'm not sport guy, you know? And my sister is, she does basketball, she does kickboxing at some point. So she, you know, she can take a beating and can, you know, deliver more beating than I do. So whenever we fight, you know, it's always like, I don't think about, oh, she's a girl, don't touch her or anything like, oh, don't do this or whatever. Like, if we get into an argument, sometimes if we raise, you know, our voice, that's the maximum when we got older. But when we were like around teenagers or something, not really teenagers, like tween age, I don't know what you call it, like 10 years old, 17 years old, things like that. No, not 17. Yeah, 10 years old, 9 years old. You know, like we will fight, like throw things at each other, punch, slap, I don't know, whatever, kick, you know, all those kind of things. So I grew up with that mental state. I don't know, understanding that, you know, if they hurt you, you hurt them back. So, you know, when I say that was my first encounter, I had more, but it's more of like I just didn't count them because I didn't care that much about, you know, I just saw it like, oh, they're slapping me, so I can slap her too. Like, yes. You know, like, it was like, yes, gender equality. You throw your fist at me, girl, I'll throw my fist at you. That was my mental, my understanding back then. But yeah. Yeah. Much love. Thank you, Title. Sorry, I'm getting like positive vibes and I'm talking about, what is this? It sounds like I'm talking about abuse. Sending my respect to women. What is that? Is that? Sorry. Thank you for stopping by in the stream, like in the middle of telling a story. But yeah. So now that's in context, that kind of understanding of how the world works for me back then never changed after second year high school. This was when I accidentally, this wasn't intended. I was playing with a balloon at some point. I don't know what was that. It sounds like I should be an adult when you say second year high school, but in Philippines, the education system is different. So you go to your first year high school when you're 13 years old. It's straight up first year high school. After you graduate from 6 years old, you go straight up to high school. So yeah, I still am a bit childish. So second year high school, I was playing with this balloon that has all these signatures from our classmates, like before we graduate or something. I don't know, whatever it was. But we had signatures on this balloon, and you know, eventually it gets deflated and it gets dirty. And when it got deflated, I didn't intend it to get it fly into someone else's lunch. So, you know, they can't eat it anymore because it got dirty. So I felt bad, you know. I went down very fast. The lunch break was about to end. Oh well, there was like 20 minutes left. I really felt bad about it. I said sorry, and so I went out. I bought them lunch, and of course they didn't like what I bought because, you know, they didn't like it. They don't eat that food or something. And they couldn't stop for the rest of the lunch break. They couldn't stop complaining about it. I always apologized. I already did all this stuff for them. Of course, she was still like complaining, and I couldn't I couldn't listen to it the whole time. Like I just hated it. Like I don't want to hear this. It sounds like my sister, like that in my head now. And I just stood up and started like stomping towards her and about like to actually beat her up or some shit. And a lot of people like grabbed me. Like most of the people in my class, all the guys, probably I don't know, half of the guys were already grabbing me. Like, what the fuck you want, bitch? I was like doing this. What do you want to? You want to go? And I was small. I was really small. I don't know. I was able to hold up against all the guys, like really holding on my uniform and all my limbs, like about to throw on this girl. And she was really afraid because I was small and I was able to like do all that in front of her. What do you want from me? I already did this and that. I already apologized, but you still fucking. And yeah, and after that school year, the next school year, they were trying to be my friend, and I was not having any of those. Like, bitch, you forgot. Like, you forgot there's something again, like between us, right? Like, why are you pretending like we're friends now? What is this? And I couldn't get, I couldn't just pretend like that never happened. Of course, I didn't brought it up anytime soon or whatever. I never brought it up to them. But, I just feel like they're being nice to me because if they weren't, I would have been like really rude to them, or not really rude in a way, but, I'm not afraid to hit them is what they were getting at. But yeah, I was, yeah. But in my third year high school, I wasn't really, more of a edgier, I guess. I was actually the moral compass to my edgier friend at that time, who was getting a lot into trouble, and I was literally his like lawyer in the classroom. Oh god, that was a funny time in my high school. Like everyone bullies him, and because of that, wasn't that they bully him. More of like they don't believe whatever he say, because they don't listen to whatever he says. So I had to be like the lawyer because they thought that they know that I'm close with him because we're always together. So I had to say that, yeah, it's like this. Nobody listens to me, and they don't listen to him, so they don't know what he's actually going through. And I'm the only one who listens to him, so they pretend that they know him, but they don't. And everyone started to like, oh shit, he's right. So yeah. Anyways, that's the second fight. Actually, after that, nothing else happened. I guess nothing much happened after that. There was also this part in my first year high school where all of my classmates, why do I still say it first year high school? It's like more of like 7th grade at this point. My 7th grade, all of the people in my class, I don't know why, alright, but they decided to do a school rumble kind of thing, like a battle royale of some sort. I don't know what came into their head, but they just wanted to start punching each other. Yeah, that happened. I didn't join in. Hick. I didn't join in. I just I didn't watch them either. I just walked out and like, yeah, I have to go home. It's about to rain. I remember it was gonna rain that day, and I didn't brought an umbrella, and my excuse was just that I'm not much of a fighter at all. So yeah. I just left. But it did happen. They were recording it and they got into trouble because of that. I can't stick around for too long. Just wanted to say best of luck for your film, and I hope you have a great 2022. Be safe and take care. Thank you. Have a nice day also. I know you've been around. I don't know if you watched Yumiko's stream today, but they stream. So yeah. I know I met you from that stream, but yeah. Nice knowing you, and thank you for stopping by. What does it sound like when you say nice knowing you? It sounds like I'm leaving or something. Where was I? The beauty of it all. Time, just the two of us. We can make it up, try, just the two of us. You and just the two of us. We met in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. The two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us, just the two of us. Castles in the sky, just the two of us. Just the two of us. I hate my brain, man. Had it all together. I'm so strange, maybe walk away. On the clock that was ticking on my heart. Mine, oh, felt fine. To wear down, oh, dang, oh, dang. I'm fine, oh, mine, baby. This is my command. Don't you understand? Wish is my command. Understand? Man. I got a few minutes of Yumiko stream, but ended up having to leave for chores stuff. Just realized I am like 3 minutes behind on the stream. Oh my god. What's wrong with my stream and why is it like 3 minutes? Oh, if you're talking about the chat, it's because the chat, I'm covering it behind my head sometimes. Thank you for remembering me. It's always nice to watch your streams and relax a bit. It's like chatting with my old friend. No, it's fine. It's okay. Thank you for thank you. It's not that hard to remember things nowadays. Well, maybe it is much harder. I don't know. Which is it? I remember things easily. As long as I connect it with an emotion. Oh no, your stream is fine on my side. Okay. Okay. That's weird. 3 minutes behind. That's so long. Maybe you could pause and play the stream and then it gets because I experience that sometimes when I'm trying to play back. It gets stuck on that time. No, it was me. I had the stream open in my second and my laptop wasn't up. Oh, okay. Hey baby, what you think I will? Addiction. Hey baby, what you say? It's friction. I'm it's happening all the time. I wrote out, everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks. It started with a whisper, it's heard, backtrack. Everybody talks, you babe. I don't know the words. I don't even know which one is up and down. Everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks. Oh, that's so good. Start pointing. Yeah, that's nice. Just have to erase those speed lines. The quickest way to go back to no delay is clicking on the live symbol on the player. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Now I know. At least in the desktop mode. For me, when I'm watching on mobile, I just stop watching on mobile and just stand up and go to my computer. There are times that I watch live stream on my phone when I'm like eating, because I'm usually alone. Sad. But anyways, yeah, I'm like, what is this? What am I watching? I can't tell if I'm delayed or not. So I'm just press play. But it only matters if like I'm watching to a stream that, you know, the streamer is responding to me. Is that a right term? Responding. There you go. My brain. English. Anyways, so yeah. Why am I having hiccups now? I don't know why. So yeah, I was like, why is it delayed? So I would have to go to my computer and then that's when I'm live, more live. I think it's because whenever I watch on the phone and I open up another program, it retains where I got cut off. So now it thinks that I have to continue. It's like it gets paused. So yeah, that's just my experience with mobile. Yeah. If the live symbol has a red dot before it, you have no delay. If it's gray, you have delay. Ooh, damn, I didn't know this. Thank you. The more you know. Ah, nice. Thank you for the cool tip. I didn't know that. I will remember this. Thank you. It's looking good. Far away from the space to work. Place far away, outer space. Space, whoa, whoa, whoa. I still feel alive. It's hopeless. I've noticed, and I still feel alive. Yeah, if you can skip back in a stream, it tends to go delay itself by buffering. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The graveyard still feel alive. There's no test, I still feel alive. I still feel alive. I might like, because I have my headset on and I feel like, oh, I'm singing it good, but when I go back to my stream, I'm gonna listen to it, I'm like, cringe, this is cringe, who decided to do this? I very rarely use mobile. My new phone doesn't support the YouTube app and doesn't allow sign in on browser, so I have to use my old beefcake of a phone, which after 6 years is finally slow. Yeah, hope to see an Ilias car. I did a karaoke stream a while ago, last year, around December. It didn't turn out very well, but I wish I could do it sometime this year, January or whatever. Cause I found a filter that makes like a reverb karaoke. I didn't had that, so like I had to like sing, and I don't know if I was like actually singing. I know that I am singing. Like in real life, if you're in the same room, it would sound like I'm actually singing. But because the microphone picks it up and I'm singing through the microphone, it sounded like I was shouting to the microphone. I looked at my VOD and I was like, this is horrible. It sounds like I'm just shouting. I was just face palming while listening. I can't listen to this. This is cringe. But that was just the microphone, like, but I don't know how it will turn out. I have to test some stuff before, because when I did that karaoke stream, I didn't did any kind of test like on the technical side. I knew I could sing at that point, but I didn't know if it will sound great enough. Like, I don't know how loud I should be for the microphone to pick up. I don't know how loud the microphone should pick up things. Like, I don't know how much gain does it have to be, and I wasn't looking at the peaking volumes. Yeah, because right now I could be like singing high notes, but I'm not making my voice loud, right? So it's clear or not. I don't know which is it, right? Sun is shining in the sky. I mean, most people hate listening to the recorded voice. Yeah, I know, but just you don't know. You don't know. It was so loud in my ears. In the sky. It's looking very cool. Thank you. You're looking very cool. Pradcy. I don't know. Don't you know it's a beautiful new day? Hey, running down the avenue. Is there the sunshine bright? It's in it. It's in this pretty little blue lights living here today. Hey. I'm Mr. Blue Sky, just tell us why I had to hide away for so long, so long. Here we go. And Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why we have to hide away for so long, so long. We belong. Bum 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 boo-doo-doo. Make it lower. It's a beautiful new day. It'll be the place. Come to the human race. That's the day. Welcome back. I'm Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away so long, so long. There, Mr. Blue, with you, finding what you do, but it's with you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, with you, what you do, but it's what you do, the blue sky, Mr. Blue. This is coming along very well, thank you. Mr. Blue Sky High. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Blue, you give it right. Mr. Light over on the shoulder and the line. I'll remember you this. I'll remember you the same. Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you have to hide away for so long. Doesn't make any sense. Wait, what? What? Bang, 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 bam, bam, huh, huh. Around the sun, on the holiday, you can find a word to say. Thanks to you, wanna feel it too. On an island in the sun, we can play and having fun, and it makes me feel so fine. I'll have control my brain. Eh, eh. the snow, on an island in the sun. We were playing and having fun. Feel so fine, I can't control my breath. Way together, sometimes forever. Never feel that anymore. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. On an island in the sun, and we playing and having fun. Can't control my brain. No way together. Bad anymore. Hey, hey, do 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 hey, hey. Oh no. Wait, what? Oh. Possession music. Repeat toaster, repeat toaster, repeat toaster, shite. Toaster, repeat toaster, repeat toaster. Yana shite, mando matte, nando natte. Repeat toaster, repeat toaster, repeat toaster, shite. Repeat toaster, repeat toaster. Wait, how many people are there? 7. Wow. Okay. On another story, huh? I have some stories. I don't know if this is interesting for some people, but okay, so when I was young, really young, like around 6 or 7, I don't know, maybe less than that. I mentioned I got into like a lot of trouble. That's why like I'm introvert. Some of it is more of like I caused the trouble. So this is just one instance where I was around 4. Well, not really. I don't know. I can't remember what my age was, but maybe around 6 or something. I was playing around with this plywood. It's like this board. Plywood. I don't know what's the right term. It's a thin wood, like square, you know. So I was playing around with that, and I was like throwing it around as if it's like a disc. Imagine like Captain America. Well, Captain America wasn't out yet at that time, but you know, I don't know what was in me when I was playing around with it. I was playing around with it, and right at the wrong time, wrong place, the person across me, which is our neighbor, kneeled down and was picking up firewood because they were leaving out wood to dry and to burn it up, right? Firewood. So she was kneeling down, and of course I was throwing the plywood like on my right, So on my head, I assume that everything that I throw on my right goes in that direction. But the person who was kneeling down was in front of me, like maybe around 6 meter, 7 meter. I don't know, but she was really far. So the plywood that I threw. Okay, I can actually draw here the map. I don't know if some people are watching, but this is not that important. But just imagine for orientation purposes. So I'm like here. That's me. I have this plywood like square thingy, and this person is in front of me. They're picking up their firewood, right? I threw this thing towards this direction, but for some odd reason, there's this wind that carried that thing, so it boomeranged towards her, and it would have been fine if she wasn't kneeling down, but she kneeled down, and it hit her in the eye, and it was bleeding. And I was like, what the hell? I was looking as it was happening. And of course, someone else was there, but it was like a third party. And by the time that she was looking at, she thought that I really did threw it at her, even though I didn't intend that to happen. Of course, she understood. The lady understood that that was an accident because she didn't expect it to happen. But yeah, it was really scary for me, I guess, because like, oh, what's gonna happen? Because I know this girl, the lady's husband was a soldier, military, and I don't know if he's like gonna, he's gonna take my eye and put it to her or something. I don't know. I was a kid, right? I was like getting into this panic mode, like, oh shit, fuck, like, well, I wasn't swearing in my head, but it was like more of like, I'm done. I'm dead. When I go home, I have to explain this and that. But yeah. So my dad, picked me up and he's like, "The fuck did you do?" He was, yeah, of course. I received the beating. Of course, obviously, there's like, they wouldn't believe if I tried to explain, and even if I did, you know, um, you know, my parents wouldn't believe me because it already happened or some shit like that. Anyways, I was fine with it. Like I understand. Like I don't like understandable. Like yeah, I didn't expect it, but of course, some people somewhere out there would think that, oh, you don't deserve the beating. I mean, I'm not saying that I like it, all right? I'm just saying that if I was on my parents' position, like they were having a hard time already, uh, you know. So, I mean, I understand. Like, why are you giving more shit for us to pay or like things like that? So I would understand that I would lash out to them in that sense. That's what I'm trying to say, that I understand why would they beat me up for that. But it wasn't. I'm saying it like they beat me up like really bad, but no, it wasn't that bad. It was just he was just smacking me with the plywood that I was using. But yeah, that happened. So that's one trouble. Of course, the lady was fine. She was like, it's understandable. She didn't lost her eyes, but there's a scar on her eyes, I guess. But yeah, on her eye, not eyes. What am I saying? Just one eye. So yeah, so that's what happened on that one particular moment. Another story I have. Another story I have that kind of I don't know if I already told this before in a story format, like those YouTuber kind of animator story format kind of thing. Like you tell a story and they put an animation in it. I wasn't really good at it at that time, but let me give it another crack on how I can tell this story. I was still young, I think the same age or whatever. I don't know how long it was since then, but it became like of a meme, or not really a meme, but hearsay, dare say, in our part of place or suburbs, or I don't know what it's called. That I tend to get into accident that leads to eye injury. Not to me, but to someone else. So I was really young, and we had this, because it was the place that we live in. It was like military, like it was close to a military base. Well, technically it wasn't a military base, but it wasn't like everyone is a soldier. More likely every father is a soldier, and the upbringing for some kids there is surrounded by that mentality of being the man of the house or something. I just need to explain this sort of thing to give context to what's going to happen and what the environment I was growing up with. So most kids there, most boys play with like airsoft gun, right? Like in the neighborhood, not like in an closed area, secluded area. I know this sounds so dangerous, and it is dangerous, but yeah. So they were playing it, and I was really young, and they asked me to go pick up the pellets or the bullets, right, for it. And I don't know why they think that was a good idea to hand the kid the airsoft gun to put the bullets inside of it, because again, this is third world country. I don't know. I mean, for America, they probably just don't pick up the bullets and just, you know, buy another round or something. I don't know what people do here do do in their country with it, but in our country, I don't know. They were trying to be cheap, and it's understandable. You know, you don't want to pay for bullets and just have it thrown away, and there's gonna be so much plastic all over the place. Even though there are really just small, it doesn't really amount to anything. But yeah. Anyways, so I was picking up the bullets, all right, and eventually I end up in a backyard to one of the guys who asked me to pick up them or whatever. It wasn't really one of the guys, but someone else's house or something. And I was picking the bullets up, and I had the airsoft gun in my hand. And he called me. Of course, I wouldn't go to them if I wasn't called. Like, I wouldn't bother them if they didn't ask for me. But like I said a while ago, I stand out a lot because I am I have fair skin compared to most Filipino. So I stand out. So I don't know why they want me. But what happened was that they were a group of friends. There's this one guy and two or one guy. Maybe it was just one guy. I don't know. I can't remember if it was one guy. Uh, but others were girls. So I think for his perspective, he was like trying to be, like I mentioned, the man of, I don't know, the moment or whatever. He was trying to probably impress the girls or whatever. So he asked me what I was doing, and I said, "Oh, I was picking up ammo." And he said, "Oh, good." And then I told him this has ammo, the gun, and he told me, "Shoot me then." And I don't know why, what went in his head. He was also young, probably, but he asked me to shoot him. So yeah, I did. I aimed it at him, and I said, "It has ammo. I'm not joking." And he thinks I'm probably joking that I won't shoot. Or, like I said, probably was trying to impress the girls around him. It wasn't impressive because I shot him in the eye. I didn't aim for his eye, but he was, he was asking for it. So he got what he got. He got what he asked for. And he was really mad. He was actually like down for blood on me. Like he was gonna chase me down to the end of the earth. Everyone was grabbing him, of course, because I'm just a kid. He asked me to shoot him, so I did. And yeah, it was like, what the fuck, man? He's just a kid. Why are you trying to kill him? And why did you ask him to shoot you? You stupid, dumb idiot. So yeah, that happened. I ran to my home, and I just pretended I didn't do anything. Of course, I was like really pale. I was shaking. My mother was like, "What happened? What did you do?" I just couldn't answer her because if I did, I'm gonna be like again beaten up because I hurt someone again. I mean, they asked me to shoot him, so you know. So of course after that, what do I call this? We still had to pitch in because there is an eye injury. We still had to pitch in some amount of money to pay for, the damages. But he can still see. He can still see with his eye, but again, there's a scar, like there's a dot on his eye now because I did that. But I feel bad, because yeah, I do feel bad because like I see him around from time to time when I was like I'm no longer a kid, like I'm older, and I do get to talk to him, and it's kind of awkward because I'm in this position where I did that. I don't know, did he really forgive me, or I still feel like there's some sort of hostility, even though there isn't really. He's like grown up already. He's no longer like that. But yeah, yeah, I moved to a different country already. Like, it's not because of him, but I'm just saying, like, there's this one time I got to talk to him, and it was awkward for me. It was hard for me because I don't know how to approach it in a way that, without bringing it up, or without mentioning it, or without even like noticing it, because it is there, and I know that it was my fault why there's a dot on his eyes now, or there's on his eye, I guess, not eyes. But yeah, that was that. Yeah, of course my dad also again beat me up, but wasn't too hard because technically it wasn't really my fault. He was asking for it after being told about the story, because someone, after I reached my house, someone told what happened, and of course, everyone could tell that he's just a stupid kid, I'm a stupid kid, we're both stupid. So yeah. So after that, I never touched any sort of the same toy, and they stopped playing that, and yeah, they stop playing that in the neighborhood, and if they do, they go somewhere else that doesn't include kids, right? So I guess there was some changes in the neighborhood with that. I remember we had to go to his house, my father and I, and I had to tell him sorry as if it was my fault, when actually, like, looking back now, it was his fault. Like, I'm just a kid, I didn't know what I was doing. He was like telling me to do it, and I did what he told me to do. So wherever the bullet ends, now I have to be sorry about it. Like, you know, he was the older person, in that situation. He should have been smarter and said, "Kid, give me the gun. Like, you're funny. Like, be nice with it instead of being cocky about it or some shit." It was on that guy, I suppose. He didn't indeed. He did indeed. Yeah, I say it like that as if, he deserves it. He doesn't deserve it. Like, if I shot him and it hit somewhere else, then I could say that it was all fine. But it happened to his eye, and I just felt not that good. That it felt worse than it should be. Because I imagine if it did land somewhere else, the girls would have been impressed, and he would just be mad at me, or like, I don't know what it's called, like pat me on the head or something, like, because, oh, I'm manly or whatever he wanted to imagine while in that situation. But yeah, that happened. That's one. No, that's two eye incident. Another one I don't remember very well. But it was being told around, and I could only imagine it was me because my mother did told me I did it once, and I can't really remember it because I was really young, really young. This predates this two incidents. But yeah, it sounds like I just have a knack for stabbing people's eye or hurting people's eye, which I don't. It's just those two are incidents, and I can remember them being incidents. The other one, this one is, I can't remember because I'm way, way, way too young to remember. So yeah, I was just being told that it happened. So, and then when I was trying to recall the story, somebody, what do you call this? Somebody confirmed that, oh shit, that was you. So I thought, okay, so it is real. I thought it was just a myth or some shit. So apparently, when I was around nursery or something, I don't know what age is that, 4, 3, I don't know, whatever. We're supposed to like go to this other school where my older sister, goes, and we usually wait for her in that. Like, I wait for her in the playground or some shit like that. So my mother would like bring me to pick her up, and then we'd wait. I would wait. Nobody knew I was in that school or not, right? But for some reason, I'd like to imagine what happened was that I got into a heated argument, or not really an argument, I guess, but more of like, I will take the swing or something. I don't know. Whatever it was, the playground kids, whatever playground kids fight nowadays, whatever. They were like probably angry at me because I didn't I mean, I'm a really young kid. I don't probably, I'm just like Google Gaga, whatever, right? And I don't know what happened, but they said I stabbed them in the eye with a pencil, and I don't know why I have a pencil at that point. Like, I'm just there to pick up my sister. Why would I have a pencil? But they said I did that. So I said that in like when I was older, and then they said, "Oh, that was you," and I said, "Okay, then that was I guess that's real." And I asked my mother, and she said, "Yeah, you did that," and I'm like, really? Did I blind them? Or like I'm worried, like, do I see them around in the neighborhood now? Because the school was really close to our house. Like, do they see him around? Or like, I can't imagine, like, pencil to an eye, that's way detrimental than the other ones. I mean, the plywood, like the cardboard, like this flying the corner, it was the corner, mind you, by the way. It it went to her eye, but um what was hurt was more of like her head rather than the eye, like, but it was close to her eye, I guess. There was like a scar around her eye, but uh that was one. The second one was like I could see every time, like in his eye, it's like this, and there's a dot here or something, because that's where I shot the pellet from the airsoft. But I don't know what would happen if you like stab someone with a pencil on the eye. Like, there's only one way it would end, but yeah, that's what they say. And those are my three story of incidents as to the reason why I don't go out that much. And I'm like, I don't want to hurt anyone, or I don't want to hurt myself, because I tend to get into accidents that I never intended to happen. It's like he's the black cat of the neighborhood or some shit. I don't know, whatever the people are trying to talk to everyone else about me or whatever. But that happened. Totally happened. Really happened. Absolutely happened. It was a stupid stories. Well, stupid times in my life, I guess. Questionable experiences. So, okay, there's questions. I get it awkward bit. I'm the weird guy that would have asked him about it and ask if he was cool with it. Hey, remember when I shot that? I would have been like, do people ask about it, or like, do people ignore it? Because I have friends. I don't know how to say this without making it awkward. I have friends who has like disabilities, like they're missing fingers, but we never bring it up unless he brings it up and we make fun. He makes fun of it, and he says it's fine, you can make fun of it. Then everyone makes fun of it. Or we make jokes about it, or they make jokes about it. So that makes it different, right? But they were born with that. But I can't imagine him, and he had to explain, like, if somebody asked him, so how did you got that thing on your eye? And or maybe people just ignore it, because I don't really know how you interact with things that stand out in the face. Like, I get if it's a mole, right? If it's a mole, nobody really asks because you're born with it. But if it's like a dot in the eye, somebody has to ask at some point, like, how did you got that, or what is that? Or if they ignored it, they're probably thinking, when does that happen, or how does that happen? Or there must be a question, like, why do you have two irises or something, like, yeah. But good thing he was still able to see with his eye, and that's the only positive thing, I guess, with that. But yeah, it's yeah, I can't imagine how he would have to explain that story to anyone. Like, it embarrasses him, and also, I'm stupid. I'll take any kind of insult he'll say about me at that time, because I didn't know. I was a kid. Like, I was a stupid kid. I'll say that to myself. But yeah. Anyways, what was the plywood? To be fair, it was a little innocent. Like, wait. So it was more the eye socket that was hurt in the plywood case. Yeah, it was more of like the eye socket, not the inner eye socket, but the outer eye. I can't really remember correctly, but I just remember when I saw her kneeling down and like putting her hands on her eyes, it was like bleeding a lot. And I know, like, in your head there's a lot of blood vessel now that I know better, but when I was like younger, I was like, shit, did I kill her? Like, like, is she blind? Is she okay? But she was still able to see, so that's again another positive. But for the pencil stabbing incident, I don't know what happened with him after that. you know um but I don't really think it was real. Even now, like, I don't really think, like, I'm saying that to you guys a while ago, like, oh, it must be real, but in my head I don't really think that really happened. It just, again, hearsay, dare say. I asked my mother and she just says, oh yeah, well, you probably did that or something, I don't know, whatever. But in my record books, I still count it as it is, because, like, maybe people are just gaslighting me, right? Like, you did this, but I never actually did it. It was someone else. I don't know. But yeah, to be fair, I was a little innocent like that in early school life. Someone asked me to do something, I would do it. Hit me as hard as you can. Didn't always end well for them. Yeah, I was a kid that was really scrawny but super strong. I was the kid that, if you ask me to do something for them that is simple enough for me to understand how to do it, I would do it. Or if it's something that, give me this, give me that, or take that, get this, I would do it without question. If the person who asked me to do that is an adult or the teacher, or, bigger than me or older than me, no questions asked. But as the older I get, the wiser I get, and ask more question about, are you really sure, or like, do you really want this or something, like, do you really want me to cut off your arm, like, the consequences is much more detrimental than, just yeah. Yeah, that's the story. I want to retell that story again sometime, like actual, like, animation story time or something, because I find it, for some people they can relate to, and for some people who grows up and, I don't know, ends up having kids, they have to tell them that not everything the adults say you have to follow, or something. I don't know, whatever you have in plan in your life. People nowadays have plan in their life, like, because people can learn something from others' story from time to time, even though it doesn't have to be relatable for everyone, because everyone walks a different path in their lives. All right, I'm getting close to finishing this scene or sequence, I guess. Storytime animations aren't as common anymore these days, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm still, not. That's why I'm saying I'd like to do it, but I'm not so sure if it's something now. I know in, like, some languages or some ethnicity, it still stands out, but not so much. A lot of people don't really spend that much time. Like before, like I mentioned in this, when I was making this film, like, the generation now has, like, lesser attention span. Before, people in YouTube, like, they have enough time to watch a 10-minute video, but nowadays it's like YouTube shorts, or like watch shorter video. There's nothing bad with that. Like, it's actually a plus for animators now, you know like, I do it. Like, I make short animations, short loop animations, or just short insert of animations, I guess. And it helps because I don't need to make a minute long or 10-minute long animation, right? And it still gets recommended. A lot of people sees it and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, like I said, like, people tend to decide, is this worth watching? How long is it? Should I watch it? Maybe not. Like, there's so many decisions. It's like a commitment. Like, 10-minute, that's a commitment. But that's not what my viewers subscribe for. That's also that. There's also that thought. I don't know how to say it correctly. Thought process. I guess. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. The thought process of making it. I have some other story, but I don't know. It's they fall into the section of slice of life, like what do you call this? I still what was it? Still have the attention span, but I almost always watch in two. Yeah, I know I do that too. Like watch in 2 times speed. Maybe there I see some few videos where they put the video in like less than 2 times speed, and then people then title is like watch this video in 2 times speed because you wouldn't understand it or something. Yeah, people that grew up with the internet nowadays basically have the attention span of pigeons. Maybe memory of a goldfish. I don't know. Is that the thing? I don't know what the right saying is. Okay, I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Let me just. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I don't know how to go along with you know saying that without making it sound like there's something wrong with, like, it's wrong to be born in this generation. It sounds like so depressing, like it's not their choice. They grew up with it, and if you go and tell them like, oh, you're so lucky, we used to have this and that, they won't understand because they never experienced it, right? As much as like you try to explain it to them, it's literally the same as to how your grandparents explain to you how they go to school. So yeah, it's like that kind of meme, I guess, for our end. Is that end? I don't know. It's not really end, but more of like how it is portrayed in the internet. Can't imagine. How did I do this? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Those 3 frames? 2 frames. Does this work? Doesn't seem like it should work. Just thinking about impact frames. Really? Hey. Hey. Doesn't seem like it's happening. Maybe like that. When Niji En debuted, I got into the habit of watching 3 streams at once. That killed my patience for watching stuff, and I feel so weird now that I don't go do that anymore. Yeah, I don't do that. I tried doing it, I can't do it. I only do it when they're actually collabing to each other. Like if they're collabing and I want to see they're both POV, then sure, why not, right? Like I'll go watch their POV, but I won't play their audio unless they're muted on the original one that I'm actually listening to. That means they're trying to hide something from me, right? So yeah, but yeah, I don't go do that anymore like I used to. Well, it's not like I used to, but I never actually got into it. It's so hard for me. Some people are probably that good, but yeah, I don't know. If they can integrate like subtitles, live subtitles, maybe I'll try, because then I could just mute everyone and just read, one at a time whatever they're saying. Which is kind of, I don't know, maybe multitasking still, but it's just a matter of how fast you can read stuff compared to how fast you can listen or understand what even you're listening to. Oh gosh, okay. N. No hablo español. Lo siento, mi amigo, pero solo poco de español entiendo. Si tú hablo español, me go, amigo. Oh yeah. Where was I? Should I tell another story? Stories of rather than hurting and slaps. Well, it's not really more of a slapstick, but oh yeah. There's another one where I got hurt. Whenever I hear amigo, I now always think of marine sport. Oh yeah, I need to listen to her playthrough. I mean, I watch only some few clips, but I need to watch. She calls the Wheatley amigo, right? Amigo. Yeah. Where was I? Oh yeah, the story. So there's this one time. I was playing with my sister outside the house. And we were playing this game where I don't know, it's like tag but on a tree. We had a giant tree, mango tree behind our house, or I don't know, part of or around our house. Probably that's the right word. I don't know. Whatever. And we were playing this tag where she climbs up the tree and I have to catch her. The trees were like really big and we can just jump around, and it's kind of dangerous, like, you know, listening to me trying to describe this kind of game that she invented. But yeah, it was stupid. It was really stupid because I got into an accident after this. Yeah, way to spoil the story, but yeah, whatever. So what happened was that they showed me how to get up. You know, they were using this branch that was strong enough to bring her up and bring the other guy or the other friend we were playing with up. So okay, understandable. So this branch, use this. Okay, I use it. All right, I'm following. Step. I'm looking is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Now it's my turn to climb the tree. All right. Got you. Okay. As soon as I grabbed the first branch, it snapped off and I fell down and I peopled elbow the concrete. I know it sounds weird to have a concrete under a giant tree. It should be rooted, but we got a concrete underneath the giant tree. And of course, you know, for siblings, when you know that you're the eldest one and then, you know, you end up accidentally hurting your younger sibling, you know, you're in trouble from your parents. So she was able to like jump down instantly without, I don't know, like she parkoured jumping down, and then like going towards me instantly. Like the adrenaline rush to her was like really popping off or whatever. And she grabbed my hand that I hit my elbow with, or the one with the injury. She grabbed my hand and said, "Don't tell mom," and she started twisting it. She started twisting it like, "Don't tell mom," and I'm like, "You're making it worse. It hurts more now." Please don't tell mom. She's like, I'm like, please just stop. Just let me go. I won't tell mom. I mean, I'm still drawing right now. I can draw, you know, I'm still fine. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, my sister was afraid. She's afraid of my mom. She's not afraid if I'm hurt. I don't know if you have siblings, but yeah, that happens a lot. Oh God. Good thing just thinking about it now. I see some few videos. Good thing, like, my nobody ever told me to like jump off somewhere else when I was young, because like I said a while ago, I would like do whatever an older person asked me to do. And like I see some videos where a young kid like jumps off because they were, it's not too high, right? I'm just saying that they jump off like a ledge or something and they couldn't stick the landing because what are they like? They're toddlers, they're kids, they're still learning to, you know, stand up and stuff. So, you know, I'm just thankful that nobody told me to, hey, jump off this tree or something or whatever. There's grass down here, but like ends up landing the sharpest rock or some shit. I don't know, whatever, or breaking like all of my limbs, and they're like, haha, you're so funny. You did what we asked you to do or something, whatever the old people do nowadays, or what are they into? But yeah, that happened. I remember I actually also made an animation short telling story of that one story. God, I don't have the video anymore. I deleted all my videos. I wish I saved some of them. I had a funny editing for that one though, but hey, whatever. I can vibe with the tree climbing though. I used to really enjoy doing that parkour stuff too. Used to be pretty good. Yeah, yeah. We're monkeys. What do you mean? Like, come on, monkey. The monkey. We used to like steal fruit from the neighbor and just, you know, run away from them. And they're like, haha, you suck. We ate all your food. Literal monkeys in the neighborhood, you know. And then they have like they put dogs around the tree because whatever, and we're like, what the dog doing, you know, like what do they do? They climb trees? They can't climb trees. Fuck, stupid. What do you mean? We're monkeys. Monkey man. Back in 2000, then parkour videos used to be popular. Those were the days. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if I remember this correctly, but YouTube came around 2004, no? Or was it before 2004 or 2003 or something? Because I remember my first, the channel I created at around 2008. So yeah. And my first video was around 2008, 2010, I can't remember. Which I watched when it was my birthday stream. I watched it. So much cringe from that stream. Ooh. Also, yeah, face reveal and that's well, I already showed my face before, but yeah, kind of face reveal in that stream. They needed a goat instead of goat, isn't it? Is in the tree instead. The goat eats the tree. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was also part of seeing Tarzan back then when I was kid, and you know, when I was younger, I guess. And you know, whatever you watch in TV back then, or whatever you watched, you believe that, oh, that's real. People do that, even though it's not really actually real. Yeah. YouTube started in 2005. Yes, I'm right. My YouTube history. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So, most likely those parkour videos in 2000s are like, um, yeah, they came out on other websites. And then got re-uploaded in YouTube or something like that. Where is that from? Why am I remembering that? It used to be the weird guy you would see hanging upside down later. The monkey bars, yeah. Like, yeah, back then many people uploaded them to the, yeah. Preset Flash player. Oh my god, Flash. I remember the days where it's you and me. SFW files. Oh god. Oh god. Damn. Kids nowadays will never understand. MOV. Oh my god. No, MOV is MOV files. They still use it today. What was it? WMV. Yes, Window Movie Maker video. Oh my god. Do you know that in actual do you know that in Hollywood, like in film industry, um ever since they have digital camera, they are having trouble with what video format they're supposed to save these films that they have nowadays. They have servers that keep all this in a hard drive, right? And they have to have this hard drive, this hard disk, to have this all these films that are started recording in digital films to be played every now and then, to revitalize those hard drives, because if they don't, the film dies. So it costs money to maintain this data to be alive. Meanwhile, films that are recorded in actual, like, film grain, like film, those footage, the things that they use, it's not digital, like actual film roll kind of thing. All they have to do is just put light in it and it works. Yeah, film reel. Yeah, it works as it is. So yeah, they don't know. Back then they were still figuring out what is the right digital format for digital films. Like, they don't know if it's supposed to be MP4, MOV, or this and that. But eventually things got better. But again, they still have to to store it in some way. So yeah. Yeah, it was a very interesting, like, I saw a documentary about it when I was studying my film class or film school or whatever it was, and I find it interesting. Really, I mean, not just as a film student, but as in a technological standpoint. Like, oh, we've gone so far from putting lights through a plastic film to having pixels on a screen or some shit. Like, like, who would have imagined, like, if you show this to our ancestors, they would be like, what the fuck, they're moving, what is this, they're alive inside a fucking small box, what is this? you know this is sorcery, you're a witch. we're burning you in stakes. There will be a lot of different save data in earlier days. Yeah. It's very much like that part in what was it, in Legend of Korra, where the owl, what was it, the guy with the biggest library, or it wasn't really a guy, it's more of like a beast of some sort. being asked, oh, so what is internet? Oh, they put small people in boxes or some shit. And yeah, it was like, no, that's not how it works. Fucking raccoon lied to me. Slaymore. I remember when Kenny Dale's streams, he said that the fine anime film reel negatives all over the place that are still in perfect condition, and they're like 50 years old. Yeah, of course. There was also this contemporary art my boss told me about, because we were also like, what was it? What is that? What is the right term? We were also being exposed to stuff like contemporary films, contemporary stuff, so that we can think outside of the box when we're making our own stuff, right? We're not just doing like industry film standards. Where film and art in general should be more about either conveying a message or expressing yourself or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be like making everything look pretty or something, whatever they were. Like, it's a film art school. That was the modus operandi of the is modus operandi negative, I don't know, whatever. That was the thing with the school that I am enrolled in right now. And yeah, he was talking about this contemporary film where the film is literally empty. And what it was trying to convey is that for people who go to movie theaters, cinema, some don't go for the film itself. Some goes for the experience. So if you watch this contemporary film, they're saying it's a film, but there's nothing really on the film. The film reel, like, it's empty. It doesn't have anything in it. If you watch it, the film was made, or technically the experience is just being there. You hear the people in the background, you hear people talking about the film, or not even talking, or not even paying attention on the film because there's nothing showing. Or you can hear how big, or you can hear how big the place is, how the sound from the film reel spinning, all this stuff. And there was also how old the film is, because it's the same film, the empty film that they're using. And over time it degrades, actually, if you keep like putting lights on it. Over time it degrades in a way that there are dust on it, like people don't clean it very often, or like there's like hair strands on it and stuff. So it was kind of interesting in a different way. It's not interesting on what is on the film, it's more interesting on the experience, I guess. And yeah, I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, nobody thinks about that, about going to film, to a theater. But sometimes when you're on a premiere and you want to go watch a film, like, if you want to go watch Spider-Man and, what was it, No Way Home, you'll hear people like cheering for which Spider-Man they stand for, or whatever, right? So like, yeah, just a spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it. Yeah, sorry. But yeah. Just in general. Bye, pork chop. Thanks for staying around, listening to me ramble a little bit, share some few stories I have. Yeah, I think I get that the sound of the reel clicking through the audience slow mumble. Yeah. Thanks a lot, pork chop. Wish also a great morning, afternoon, or evening. Take care. Like, some concepts work with vinyl tapes, with holding bits as sounds. Yeah, also the sound. Yeah, that's another thing. When I remember, in our part of history class, um, the the people who was trying to figure out the sound with film had so much trouble with it or something. I can't really remember the right story around it, but it was really some sort of, again, technological advancement in human history. I don't know how to do this without. No problem. It's a Christmas song, I think. I just don't know which one. Or maybe it's not. Oh no, it's Harry Potter. There you go. I remember now. Why am I remembering this tune? Snap back to reality. Oh, the ghost gravity. All right, that was how much hours was that? 3? Yeah, 3 hours. Okay. That's rough animation. I need to put a marker on this, but just around here maybe. Merge. Put marker. Image mark. Go. And then start. So this thing doesn't have line art. It's just yeah, it's just a thing. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'll start with the hair. Do I have another story? I'm thinking about stories again. I don't want to say everything I have as an experience. Maybe not. Maybe nothing much to say for now. Save it for other streams. Yeah. Apparently Hololive are having their auditions. I don't know, they didn't really specify what for, but it's just streamer in general. It's still open. I looked at it. Yeah. So I'll be excited if they release Holostar Mail. Let's go. I like to think, but this is not true. Okay, I'm just saying. I like to think that the Niji, Sanji, En, Luxiem, the English ones. I do watch their clips and stream from time to time. but I don't have that much time like I used to. And again, attention span of like a goldfish or some shit. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. So I just watch from time to time or listen to their stream every now and then. And I like to think that the Niji Sanji Yen are like testing it first or something, just to see if it works fine before actually initiating Order 66 or whatever. Also, there's this thing where people put Hololive above a lot. I know this sounds like negative in a way, but not really. Let me turn it around. Maybe just my wording is not correct. It's almost as if Hololive is the top of the crop or something, I guess. But if you think about it, that's also because they have a lot of supporter, and most of their talents are really, they do select them smart, like they know which one they want, I guess. So yeah. But then there's also people who's like, they don't deserve to be there, blah blah blah. Like, seriously, there's an audition. Like, I looked at how the audition works, and like I didn't apply. I'm just saying this. I just looked at it, the form, because you can see the form. They'll ask your experience, what does it look like, and all that stuff, and how big it is now. I mean, seriously, like, their company, how big it is. They have to do this kind of stuff now. Because they can't just give anyone like charity. People think that it's some sort of charity, but it's not really. It's really hard. So for your first, if you are applying, they say they would ask like at least 3 times a week. You stream 3 times a week. I mean, for me, I have nothing much to do, so I'm fine with like streaming almost every day for now. But yeah, I mean, when the school starts, that's gonna be really hard. If like I'm just thinking, if I stream 3 times a day, like I'm saying that as that. So yeah, I'm just saying that. Like, I haven't seen anything from the new Niji group, but they're very good looking models. Oh, you should watch like one clip of it. Like, they're really funny. Their interactions. They have wide different, what do you call this, different kind of content creators, I guess, or like different kind of people. One who's doing comics, but ended up being a VTuber, just to see if he can do his stories the same way, but like more of like a pen name kind of thing. I don't know, that's his intention, I guess. One who's like actor, well, two of them voice actor. Some few was really good at game. I noticed that with most guys who's like streamer, or not even just streamer in general, like what do you call this, VTuber or streamer in general, they tend to gravitate towards gameplay, like they're good at gameplay or something, rather than having I don't know. That's just probably me being like stupid and noticing that, I actually like this guy because of their personality. Like, I watched PewDiePie stream recently, and I still enjoy it, even though I can't really chat in the chat because it's only member chat. But like I mean, like, you know what I mean. Like, there are some few are exceptional. There are some few that you watch because of their skills. And you can tell because you're watching it because of their skills. So yeah. I come to see it as Hololive's more reserved and not more safe for work, where Niji Sanji is more of a regular person, in college sort of people. Yeah. I don't know if I will. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not important. Like, it's more like that also from the start with Hololive, and then when they started getting a lot of attention, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, this like Matsuri is the best example of it. Like she used to talk about her experiences, and they're really kind of yabai, like not safe for work experiences stuff. Of course, she tries to work around it and use different words or analogy to do it, but eventually she's like, fuck it, I'll just tell the story as it is. But now she's being being watched or monitored, kind of, I feel like. But eventually they gave up and just like, you know what, let her do whatever she wants. But still, there is some sort of repercussion. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, the more audience you get, there is some sort of um bad thing and a good thing in both ways. And it's much more harder nowadays. Like if you just want to do things your own way, if you don't really get um your own, what do you call this, audience to follow you around, or like to follow you and be dedicated to you, it's really hard. Like I know for PewDiePie, it's really easy to PewDiePie, I don't know how to say it correctly. Easy for him to talk about whatever he wants to without any repercussion. But for me, if I upload not whole life related, YouTube's like gonna be like, no, 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 you should just make something like this because whatever. And I remember watching this video explaining this, algorithm, how it works. They felt like they were being gaslighted by YouTube, even though it's obvious that they aren't really recommending his video that isn't related to what they used to upload. And I'm experiencing that, and I hate to say it, but some comments were like replying to that video that I made, asking about, hey, do you see this in your recommendation? Some of them were like, yeah, people just don't want to click on your video. Like I get that, but it's different. Like there's no proof for me, but you probably didn't listen throughout the whole video, or you didn't look at the other video that I was trying to show. But yeah, you're that's true, and I didn't intend that. I mean, I intentionally do that, but it shouldn't do it for the other videos. Like it shouldn't, what do you call this, it shouldn't hide, YouTube shouldn't hide my other videos. Like, they should just keep recommending it to my subscriber or not subscribers or whatever. Just put it on the recommendation, that's all. But now it's so hard to understand. It's an enigma. YouTube is just an enigma nowadays. But I like seeing the old videos every now and then. Like I see videos that are 3 years old, 4 years old, or 5 years old, and then now they're getting a lot of attention because they were short videos, and YouTube was hiding them back then because they're short videos. YouTube liked and prefer it when people are watching, you know, longer videos, and people stay around for that. But then YouTube, found out about how TikTok works, and people feel more incentivized when they watch shorter videos, and they watch like 100 videos that day because they watched short videos, right? Yeah, I haven't watched much of, to be honest. My intro to VTuber was Holomit, then Neji En Gen 1. Then I basically moved to now just watching a couple of independent and clip channels for Hololive. Yeah, that was I fell down in the rabbit hole earlier around 2019. I made the VTuber opening for, the first VTubers that I watched, which is Kahiru. And then eventually I was like, oh, there's groups now. Okay, that's cool, because I don't know if they do collabs to each other. It's way difficult to collab with someone else if you're independent, because you have no backings. Like nobody's gonna, like, you're not pushed to reply to them or talk to them, because they are first not in a group. You're not, you don't know them through a group. Well, you know them through a group, rather than knowing them. I don't know how to say this correctly. I'm probably just mixing this up already. If they are independent and you want to collab with them, you need to go through them, not through a group. But if you're both in the same group, it's much easier to just collab with them because there's no barrier at all. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. I don't know, but yeah. So if they're independent and you ask for them and you don't know them, it's much more difficult to get into DMs or something. Ah, I keep getting this thing in my computer that says something. Yeah, it is very dependent on the fan base spreading the word. Yeah. I want to actually start doing animations for independent, like not for them, like not hire me for them, just me, the same way what I'm doing with Hololive, make animation for VTubers that I watch. That way it's more like I don't just clip. I don't clip shit. I make the clip. I don't know. Yeah. That was a tester for now. It sounds so bad when I say tester or test or something. Like as if, I'm experimenting, guys. I don't know if it worked. I mean, it did work out, right? But yeah, it's just, again, it's a matter of taste also. If you like their stuff, that's good. If not, that's fine. Like you don't have to like their stuff. What I'm watching, we don't have the same taste. If we don't have the same taste, that's it. And also the people that I watch, I don't watch them religiously like every time they stream. Sometimes I miss a stream, and that's fine. There's also the question of which clip, because sometimes they have clippers, sometimes they don't have clippers. And Yumiko, that clip, she was smart enough to clip her own own stream. Yeah, I didn't watch that stream, the one that I animated, but I saw that after I was watching. I saw one of her streams, but that's why I click on some of the streams, especially streams that has like smaller viewers. You know, I know it sounds like pity or something, but to me, it seems like, wow, YouTube is recommending this to me. It's not like it must be good because the numbers are less. No, it's not like that. It's like, let me, let me let me contribute so that it gets more recommended or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the way I think, or maybe I don't know how to explain it in a very different way, or in a way that I would understand or other people would understand. I'm just making it complicated for people who's listening to this. Nothing wrong with it. A lot of people are Nothing wrong with it. A lot of people are put off by new people to watch. Can't just do it without reason or sort of thing. Yeah, I know. That's why I had to put like that long text. Text at the end, even though it's more of like a common sense. Because I also didn't. Because I had this experience where, I don't know if you watched Korewa Eden, but Korewa Eden like suggested, or no, recommended some VTubers. And I watch I tried to visit and watch some of them stayed relevant, like they were still really consistent. Some of them were scared by it. I remember Core. If you don't know Core, she's not really a VTuber, she was more of a streamer. She was streaming VR chat, and then she's Japanese, and then she met this guy who was really popular in Twitch, and he was also streaming, and he was just really what do you call this? He was captivated by her Japanese accent trying to speak in English, and she was just like, the nice girl, America make big burger country or something. And she was overwhelmed by the people coming to her stream, and everyone was speaking English, and she doesn't know English very well, right? So yeah, I mean, it was positive at first, and then eventually it became kind of overwhelming maybe, but that was just what from I heard. um, you can go visit her Twitch every now and then, and it seemed like she's able to handle it more often than before, compared to before. So yeah, and then there's also the instances where a lot of people will join in and they'll speak in English and they'll say like racial slur stuff, and I don't know why they do that. I experienced that once where I was in this Japanese stream, and everyone who understood what the guy was typing, um, or what the guy was saying in the chat was a bad word, and they were like, don't say it," and I was like, "Don't say it, oh my god." So yeah, I mean, they didn't get recommended, but I'm just saying that because they get in the spotlight, they're also attracting questionable people. It's not because what the fan base is giving them. It's also those people who are watching either A, don't have the common sense of like, don't tell them bad words, or don't show them like words that they're not supposed to say, because they don't know, like there's a language barrier, right? Second, like, if you do watch them, understand that they don't really know English. So yeah, like, don't expect everything you say they'll understand instantly. Because I also experience that every once in a while. Like, somebody joins my stream and they speak in Spanish, or they speak in a different language, and I always have to tell it in their language so that they know that I don't understand it. They have to speak English or something, because it's harder if I just say go speak English and they don't understand what I'm saying. It's like you're telling someone like, go do 1+1, and they're like, what's 1+1? I'm telling you what 2+2. The Tower of Babel or some shit. I can't remember the legend of that, but whatever. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, Eden, it can be overwhelming. Yeah, he stopped doing that, because also, first of all, he doesn't mean any of the things he's doing as a bad thing. Like, the intention is very clear, right? But people, because it's not just that he's pulling from his viewers, but he's also pulling from the algorithm. I'm not saying that some of his viewers are racist. No, that's not what I mean, because the algorithm then suggests them, or like recommend them, and some viewers are really just dense about this cultural thing that, hey, this thing, like, I used to be really stupid. Like, I only know few Japanese word, and I was in this VR chat. I know this is somewhat embarrassing, but this was when I was, again, way younger. I only know words like seppuku and, true memes, like I said. And I meet like some what do you call this, some Japanese people in VR chat back then, and I would say seppuku, and they're like, "Why are you saying that? You're so disgusting." And I'm like, "That's the only Japanese I can't say. I don't know how to say that's the only Japanese word I know without making it sound like I'm creepy or something." And like, that's, yeah, it's weird, right? So there's this language barrier that some viewers don't know, or they're too young to understand that it is somewhat cringe if you're just like quoting stuff that you don't really know what it means or what is behind it. Not just from English to Japanese, but also Japanese to, using it as an English person. But yeah, like that, those are the things that I was worried about when I was like doing this thing. But so far it's positive for Yumiko. She's chill with it. It seems like she was chill with it. She was very happy with it. Yeah. was making a joke from her stream recently. She was like 700. She was just saying 700 on the coordinates, and I was like, I don't understand Japanese, but I was just like, oh, okay, 700 subscriber. You want 700 people? I'll bring 700 people. And she's like, no, 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 don't do that. I was saying it as a joke, of course. She said, oh, it's a joke. Okay, very funny. Elios. Said, oh, you want 700 people? Okay, I'll pull 700. She's like, no, 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 no. Go mango, mango, mango. I watched some of Eden's video a few weeks ago after finding him. He does have the over to the top kind of style videos. I can see his audience not being subtle. Yeah, some are not being subtle. Some are like, I can tell for this, what do you call this? I don't think, you know, they follow his kind of mentality or his, what do you call this? His personality. Like, they're not the same as him, right? We can say that to every kind of fan base. Like, if you idolize or you like the character design of a person and their characteristic, let's say you like Bakugo. I mean, I don't know who likes Bakugo, but you know, like I said, there are some people who are like, why do you like Bakugo? He's a bully. Why do you like bully? You're like an enabler or something, right? They would say that. Twitter people are like that. Yeah, but you know, you don't like them as their personalities. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're not a bully. Is what I'm trying to say, right? You don't like them because you're a bully. You like them in some ways. So I don't think his viewers are the same as him. I'm just saying because he attracts his audience to them, which are his audience are fine. From what I experienced, they're like typical whole live watchers too. Like, they are, some of them are fine. I don't know what video. I know that some of his video that he's making nowadays are review to some animes that are recommended by his viewers. So maybe he does come off as like a Noxtaku kind of guy or something. But yeah, I experienced that because I went to one of his recommendation. Some people were from Korewa Eden, and they weren't really like ha 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 slur words or something. They didn't go like that. It's more of like, because there's now people, there's traffic on that stream, YouTube then recommends that stream to other people who are also interested to that, and they could not be from Koriwa Eden's audience, right? They could not be from his audience. I'm just saying that YouTube recommends it to other people who has no clue what, you know, VTubers are, or what they're watching technically, and they just haha slur words or something. I mean, I experienced that every once in a while before. I had younger audience back then, and they put slur words in my chat, and I had to like mute it and stuff. And when I mentioned that you can't do that anymore, everyone started testing it, and I'm like, these are literal toddlers watching my stream. I don't like this. Like, you know, like, why do you want to test it out? I said don't say it, but you think this is funny. This is not. Like, it was just a little more of an influx of viewer being more than expected. Yeah, is what I'm trying to say. There's that effect from the viewers, and also for the streamer themselves, like being overwhelmed, and after experiencing like reading, you know, a slur word, now they don't want to read any English word. Like, they don't trust it anymore because they don't know if it's a safe word or not, you know. So yeah, that's also another sad part about it. Because I remember I was watching this stream, this again VTuber. She was okay this that, and she read it, and now she doesn't read any of my comment in English. Now I have to go to Deep L and or like I have to translate anything that I have to say now, which I'm fine with. It's nothing bad with that, but you know, she was trying her best to connect with her foreign viewers. but now she doesn't speak the English because of just that one guy, one stupid kid, like funny N word or like funny whatever word, I don't know, whatever it was, can't really remember, but yeah, it's like, just what is this? Why do you do this? It's not funny. Like, I get it if it's just a bad like swear word, right? It's fine. Like, I'm not saying that it's good. It's fine in within the context. Like, if the character or the person streaming is fine with swearing, then sure, teach them your swear words. Like, if they are asking for it, if they're interested in learning those swear words in different languages. But if you're teaching that to a person who's really, is like say so or not really, you don't imagine them swearing, then don't, unless it's situational, like they were asking for it in a video game. If they hear it and they say it because they hear it, like that's an effect, right? Like, a lot of people do that, like the fuck you, they do that. So yeah, sure, why not teach them what it actually means, or how it's bad or something. Oh god, this is that's fine. Just gonna do the hair. I'll do like another 2 hours or something. I don't want to do this the whole day, and I don't think I can play video games later because my thumbs hurt. Yeah, some people just push the boundary too far and don't care about or respect the person they're watching. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they think because they're anime, they're not real person or something. Like, there's nothing behind that person, which sadly there is. They have emotions, like or whatever they're thinking. I don't know, whatever they're thinking is. Common courtesy is a dying thing nowadays. I think it's still there, depending on the parents, or how people grew up. Because I know for me, I know there are some. This is really situational. The thing that I'm about to share. I know for me, if I see some incident, I probably wouldn't like meddle with it. Meddle meaning like I wouldn't try and say, hey, stop doing this. Like, if I see some old lady being thrown, like not being thrown, like getting rocks, like being thrown rocks at her, someone throwing rocks at her, I wouldn't like stand up for her. Like, I wouldn't go and stop that. And I'm not saying that I would pull my phone and like record it. I just don't know what to do at that instances, because I know it may sound fake. It may sound like some people, just because I'm talking about it, some people are just doing this to see if, like, social experiment or something. But it looked real when I saw the video. It looked really real. The girl was just shouting at everyone and at the street, and she started throwing racks at everyone, including this old lady who was just crossing the street. And of course, like, I don't know if this is a common courtesy. Nobody teaches you to, like, hey, stand up for someone or something, right? So, the guy run in and just tackled the girl who was throwing rocks at her. I don't know what she was into. Like, she's probably drug addict or something. I don't know, whatever the video was. They never really explained anything. It was more of just like somebody recording from their apartment what was going on the street. So they tackled this random guy, tackled her, and it's like, what are you doing, or something, like, so I wouldn't do that. Like, I'm not a hero, like, that's not my common sense. When I'm into that, I'm in that, like, instance, I would just like try and walk away and ignore things, because I don't want also to have that like car accident thing. I don't know what it's called, like the psychology of car accident or car crash, or what is that ever even called? Like, people just commune around the accident and just record things or like look at things or whatever. And I'm like, why do you do this? Like, you know, like, I get if you're helping, if you're a doctor, go help them. But if you're not, you're just in the way of, the incident, or even worse, you gotta probably make it worse or something. But yeah, that's just my thought about it. So I think for those people who can like go and stand up for those people who's like going through those kind of things, it's really powerful. Like they can do it without even having to think about, is this good, should I include myself, and it's like, you know there was they're prepared to face the consequence after. Might as well say they're actual heroes, to be that selfless about things. I don't know if they've been being taught by their parents to be like that or not, but I like to think that's just, there are some people who are just like that. But I don't know, maybe I'll get into that situation and my fight or flight uh, I'll end up like having PTSD or something. I don't know, whatever. Like I activate superhero mode or like psychic. Or maybe not. I don't know, maybe it's the equivalent of like going to your friend's house and hearing your friend getting in an argument with their parents, and you're stuck in this awkward position of, do I include myself here? Like, do I defend my friend, or do I just stand around and pretend like this, I'm not here? Like, I don't know. Something like that. Maybe not, but I hope that makes sense. But because they're your friend, now you're more like, okay, who do I go with? Is the parent wrong or is my friend wrong? Like, you have to think about that too. Like, and if I go with my friend, that means they're gonna be my friend forever. But then their parents gonna think that I'm a bad influence to them. But if I go with their parent, my friend's never gonna trust me anymore, because to them they will feel like I betrayed them. So yeah, that's another thing. That feeling, I used to be the person to intervene, but I have started to want to stand out less. Also, people are starting to get more angry at the person trying to do something. Yeah, that too. Because you don't know really the context, right? Like if you walk in and try to intervene, you don't know if they're fighting because they're actual close relatives, or they're just people. I remember also watching this short video where a school bus driver, was throwing out this kid. Well, it looks like a kid. Was throwing out a kid from the bus. It's like, get the fuck out of my bus. Get the fuck out of my... And everyone who was like outside, like, why are you throwing the kid outside? And then eventually they pulled out the person he was throwing, and it was a midget. Is it safe to say a pedo midget or something? I don't know what you call it. It was creepy. Like, it's a school bus. It should be all just kid except the bus driver. I mean, but there was a midget there, who's old guy, and everyone was like, they were trying to protect the kid who they thought it was a kid. They were trying to intervene and say, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you throwing this kid? And when they found out that it was a midget, everyone was like in this awkward position of like, oh, so did we intervene? Or, but they didn't really beat up this bus driver, but it was just like a misunderstanding that was easily solved just by taking out the kids. Well, it wasn't a kid. Again, it was an old person that was small, midget. Yeah, pulled their mask out or mask off or something. They had like a scarf covering their face, but yeah, they look really old. But it was weird. It was weird. I don't know if I was in that situation, I would be like, "Yo, what the?" Yeah, it's really big misunderstanding, you know. So you don't want to. It's really situational in some cases, and I guess I think that's why the police are always late. Like they're always gonna be like that in a scene and are always late, like because they don't want to intervene. Like they don't. It's not because they don't want to intervene, but because they don't want to be then told like, oh, this is wrong. Why are you doing this? This is my I have rights or something, you know, or whatever people are into nowadays or whatever that is. Hello, moshi moshi, ni hao, um, hola, hello, bonjour, como está? Todo bien y usted? Huh? Usted? Todo bien, todo bueno, todo bien. No hablo español, pero hablo poco, un poco de español. Si tú me habla español, yo entiendo poco, solo poco. Un poco loco. Oh, God. ¿Tú me entiendes? ¿Ah? ¿Y tú puedes me enseñar español? No, sí, yeah, está bien. Ok, está bien. Soy bien. Bueno, bueno. Pues, is it pues? I don't know. Pues, soy, no, not soy. Yo hablo inglés. Oh yeah. Hello, hi, uh, hola, um, uh, uh, salamat pagi, um, sawadika. What else? I can't remember. Maybe Mr. Worldwide here. What the? Okay. Fine. Wait, I think it would be better if I just do this. Another layer. Yeah, I think it would be better if I just do it with another layer. How was everyone's holidays? If everyone is anyone still there? Is anyone there? Any goals for this year? Huh? Any goals? Goal. The goal. The goal. Survive. Yeah. Relatable. It must be hard, depending on where you're living. I'm a survivor. I'm a believer. I'm a survivor. Kimi no toriko natsu baru ito. Um, Not too bad. I left the house for the first time in 23 months of isolating to see my grandma, which was the highlight of my year. Otherwise, I got socks with my with it was just pog. Yeah, I know the isolating 23 months. Like last year, I only came out the house like 2020. No, not 20. What am I saying? 2022. No, not 2022. What am I saying? 2020. Yeah, there you go. My brain is just like mush right now. On 2020, I only came out like 4 or 3 times. I can't remember, but it's right around that. It wasn't more than 10 times. Yeah, that was yeah, a thing. So I know how bad it is. I don't know if it was 2020 or 2021. Man, I still feel like it's the longest 2 weeks ever. Like people, and when they locked down, they said, "Oh, we'll stay inside for 2 weeks. We'll close everything for 2 weeks." It's been 2 years now. Well, 1 year or 2 years. Yeah, it's been 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. What the fuck? Ah, I don't know. They say it's getting better, but I feel like it is. It is, but I don't know when we'll ever actually get back to normal. And if we do, there's still gonna be a stigma about, oh, you didn't get a vaccine, nani? I'm like, okay, 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 bigo. Sock gang, rise up. Yeah, my sister. We used to be like in an age where when we were receiving gifts back then, it was like when we were younger, it was like toys, toys, toys. And then as we get older, any gift is fine, And socks were like one of those gifts that are like really good for us. For me, it was a handkerchief because I use a lot of handkerchief. I know. Weird. Most people don't do that anymore because it's more advised to have Kleenex because you don't, well, not really Kleenex, but like wet wipes or something, whatever, because you're actually not keeping the germs in that handkerchief or something. But yeah, it's just for personal use. I don't really offer my handkerchief to anyone, and I don't even imagine doing that because it's kind of dirty, But yeah, I used handkerchief, and when people saw me like use handkerchief, they're like, "There's still people like you, Nani." I'm like, I don't wanna. Yeah, I just don't want to use Kleenex. That's all. I'm not against it. I just don't want to use it when I'm sneezing that much. Because when it gets torn, the fibers, the small things get in my nose and I sneeze more. That's all. Handkerchief, on the other hand, it doesn't. Yeah, leaving the house is what I mean. Going out like me. I blood test every 2 months, but went nowhere. But the doctor isn't back due to being a risky medication. Ah, okay. Understandable. Yes, my love to you. So you get blood test every 2 months. I don't know if this sounds weird, and I know it's somewhat related to what you just said just now. Um, I I told my friends about this, but I can't say it without making it weird. There are some people. who are, okay, how do I say this? Okay, my experience with blood, um, getting out my body, like being taken out my body. Um, I had an experience in my life where I had my blood to be taken out like regularly, not really almost like every day, but like it was regular because I had a sickness and they had to check whether I'm still gonna be alive or whatever. I wasn't that detrimental, I guess, because I'm still alive, but whatever. I think it wasn't that big of a deal, but people, there were people who died from that disease, I guess. Um, but yeah, okay. So the person who takes my blood is a relative of mine, which is a nurse back then, and she's my aunt, and she has a light hand, like she carries the needle, the syringe, very well. Like she knows how to inject people and that kind of thing. So I trust her to take my blood every time they do it, and she's good at it. And I know it sounds like bad without context. I know it's like, oh my god, your aunt, oh my god. No, no. Anyways, so it started like, I don't know, I started liking seeing that my blood goes out from my bloodstream, like being sucked out from me. I know it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like kink or some shit. No, I'm not like really, oh, I'm turned on or something. It's not like that. I'm looking forward to see this is my life energy. Like maybe it's more of like just a edgy face of mine, or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just weird. But it wasn't sexual. I don't think it was. It was more of like, I'm interested. What is this? But and then eventually she moved to a different hospital, and I had my blood test again, and it was someone else, and it hurt like hell because they didn't knew. I mean, at least, at the very least, they only stabbed me once. Sometimes there are nurses who's like, oh, which is your vein? Oh, this one, okay. Oh, sorry, not that one. Let me stab you again in the same arm. So like, there's two holes on your arm now because I didn't know where your blood vessel is. So yeah, my aunt, on the other hand, she knows where my blood vessel is and stab right into it, and just I don't even feel the stabbing at all. Like it just goes in, sucks out, and that's it. And I'm just like, maybe for me to put it in a way that it doesn't sound really bad, it was fascinating that this is happening, but I don't feel it. Like there's so much blood inside me that being sucked right now, but I don't feel like it's happening. But when it was someone else who didn't knew me or didn't know, like I don't trust that much, it was it was painful. So yeah, I mean, I was like, what the hell is this? I never expected it to be like this. So yeah, so when I said like I like it, people thought that I was into needles. Like, oh fuck, you're like, what are you? What are you thinking? And then even though I tried to explain it, they make it sound like I'm a pervert or some sort. Even though to me, I try to explain it in a way, but maybe you guys listening to this, and if there are some, think that I am now. I don't mind. I try to explain it. But there's only a few viewers, so like maybe I explain it very well, or maybe I didn't, and now I'm in much more worse scenario than before. I must in the stream you you realize how much of a dangerous person Ilios is. He's a he's an eye stabbing woman beating blood sucking. God dang it! I'm unlisting this VOD anyway, so no one's gonna have to go through all this. Oh yeah. While you're here, pork chop, you probably didn't see, but let me show you this. Okay, that's all right. This is my film. This is what I'm working on. That's the title, All at Once. This. Good morning. It's like 5 a.m. in your time zone, Halords. How are you here? Why are you here? filming for the your music orchestra piece? Oh, nice. Good luck. Good luck with that. I know it could be hard there, especially how um Filipino time zone. Well, Filipino people like let's meet up at 7. They all came into like 8 or 9 or something. I don't know. Totoro. Did you wait for that ding or what is this? Huh? How did you know? How did you know? So that was my film. So yeah, it's very clear like what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to convey, I guess. Thank you, Totoro. Thank you.
Euro XVI for the 1,000 Chilean pesos.
Chilean pesos. Chile. From Chile. When the pandemic started and they were not cleaning the seats in doctor surgeries, I stopped sitting down and noticed that some nurses are far better at taking blood when I stood up, not sat down. For me, I was sitting down. But yeah, maybe for standing up, a lot of people much easier, or they know better doing that while standing up, or maybe because if you're standing up, your veins pop out more, so they can tell where it is because you are stressing on your leg. Well, it's not really stressing compared to when you relax when you're sitting. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so don't take my word for that. Thank you. That's really, yeah. Thank you. My friends do arrive on time, they just don't work immediately. Ah, I see. So the first few hours you're gonna like talk about, hey, how you been? Did you sleep well? Did you take shower? Did you do this, do that, blah blah blah, and then you get to work after like there's only 2 hours left. I don't know. I was never fond of group activities, especially when I was younger. Because I know, like, if I know this activity doesn't is not what do you call this, interesting for them, and it was only interesting for me, they wouldn't put 100%. I'm the only one who's gonna put like 200% on it, and I'm not gonna ask for them. But if I know for a fact that I don't find it interesting and they don't find it interesting, I find a way so that both of us are putting 50%, 50%, like we're both half-assed. And I will be blunt about it. I'll say we're only doing this like really at the start if like nobody's gonna speak up because everyone is shy, nobody's gonna be like the leader or anything, and I have to like act as the leader and say, okay, we're just doing this for the grades, all right? We don't have to be close to each other, we don't have to be friends or anything. I know you are busy with your own classes, you have your own different courses, I have my own different things to attend to. So if you want to talk about it now, let's talk about it now. But if you don't have, and you want to laze around or whatever have you throughout the day, I'm fine with that too. But I will do what I'll do, and if we're asked to present, and if I'm asked if any of you contributed, I'll say to the teacher, you didn't contribute. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna lie and say like you didn't contribute or anything. Oh, you did contribute. No, I'll say it. Fuck you. I'll be blunt like that. I'll be truthful. I'm not gonna like. What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean? I'm not gonna be like. I'm not your dog. I'm my own person, right? But that's my approach on it. I don't know about you if you're having trouble with it. Yeah, like I said, they still do it, they're just procrastinating, like not to the highest level, but just man, I wish I had group members who were into filming. I'm also kind of half-assed in the film process right now, even though I'm supposed to be the director of the film. For me, it was what the hardest part was getting people together, recording, and then the issue with that project was that I didn't own the camera. It was someone else, and they were like, "I know how to handle camera. I know how to take shots. Blah 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 blah." But they weren't being artistic about it. They were just taking it as if it's like, you know how, there's a stark difference when you're recording as a reporter because you're conveying an information as a recorder. But if you're recording as a vlogger, or you're recording as someone who knows how to record a film or how to tell a story through the lenses of a filmmaker or a director, and I had to edit the video too because they didn't know how to edit video. So I hated that experience for me because they were like, we'll just record it, blah blah blah, and it was all half-assed. And when we were watching the finished product, and then they got compared to other student, some of the people were like, yo, why didn't we do similar shot like that? That was so good. That shot was so good. Why didn't we had that? Because we kind of had similar stories. And they were like, I don't know who handled the camera. They didn't want the camera to be down under the feet, or like they didn't want the camera like they just wanted it to be on a tripod or some shit. So yeah, like if you're collaborating, be open to like someone who have their suggestions. So yeah, and if they don't, and they are afraid to talk about their suggestion because they think they don't know anything, just say that we'll never know until we try. Like we don't know what is there to lose, like only time, right? So yeah, I think that's just my piece of the wisdom that I have about trusting other people for projects and shit. My only problem with the film right now is that I'm still salty about them not accepting my short script, even though my story was a little bit boring. Oh man, I know how that feels. I know how it feels. I don't know if they voted for you to do it, or you... There's a different context. If you did it, volunteering, then that's fine. But if somebody else were like doing it together with you, then that's another story, right? I had the same kind of experience. It was how to explain this for other people watching. We have, in Philippines we have this vegetable month. I know it sounds bad, but bear with me. It's like food month or something. It's always celebrated in July, and we are always asked to do like a jingle kind of thing. Like we technically just make a parody of a song, and we just change the lyrics to food related kind of things. And nobody was up to the task, and they thought I was making fun of other songs back then, and they thought I was funny enough to write them, or not really funny, but more of like witty enough to do the writing. So I did it. I presented it. Nobody else was taking it, and nobody was listening to me when I was presenting it, and I was pissed. I was pissed. Like nobody was. I could tell that they didn't like my draft or whatever I was showing to them, and I was like, okay, you don't like this, okay, somebody else take it. And everyone was like, nobody was like suggesting anything. Nobody was saying anything because they find it cringe to say that, oh, I have an idea, why don't you say like this and that, blah blah blah, because they think it's unfunny. Like they think but we had to do it. You had to do it. So I end up like exploding in front of everyone else. Like, I know you don't like this, all right? You don't have to like this, all right? I can tell you don't like it, but you don't have to hate me because I did this. I did this because no one else is doing it. That's literally my experience with like people not liking what I did, and they think I I did it because, oh, I'm so good at this. No, I didn't say that. It's because no one else was doing it. Would you want to do it? Nobody wanted to do it. No one was up to the task. So I did it, But I don't deserve to be hated just because I did something you don't like, What is this kind of treatment, guys? So I had to like fucking piss off to them. Like, what the fuck is this? Why are you treating me like this, bitch? I don't know if they remember that. But I remember it. I always remember it. Brings back memory, yeah. Makulay ang buhay sa sinabawang gulay. God, cringe. That sucks to be judged by people who don't know how to do what you did. Yeah, and there was an experience where we had a play, like acting play. We had two person who was doing the script, who was writing the script, and they bounced off to each other, and that was fine. Like, nobody complained because they were really good at it, right? And we knew because we nominated them, and they liked what they were doing. I didn't like what I was doing, and I did it just because they put me to it and thought that I could do it, right? And of course, then they realized, oh shit, we just forced him to do this, even though, So yeah, like, yeah, I was just like literally, shut the fuck up. You asked for this. This is what you wanted. This is what you got. If you can't handle it, go make your lyrics your own song. Do it. Do it right now. Like, you can't even think of like one song. Like, really? Like, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it is much tamer nowadays. I don't know. From what I hear, because I look at, there was some videos in Reddit like talking about what is different now compared to before. I hear, and they say about, and they talk about the generation, I guess, like in some countries, or not real countries, but it was more of like probably in US, they were like talking about how before the people who gets admired or talked about a lot is the people who gets drunk a lot, or the people who are bullies, or like the people who are really good at sport or something. Nowadays it's more they are the ones who getting bullied for not keeping up on date. Like, if you play video games or like you play Fortnite, you are in the group of people who are also playing that. Like, a lot of more people watches anime, and they don't get bullied for that, or they don't get outcasted for that. Like, all people accept that. And if you're like gay or anything, and then you get bullied for that, the bully gets called out instantly. Like, why are you a homophobe or something? Like that. Yeah. So there is somewhat positive in the elementary school maybe, but I had it worse when it was like, for us maybe in Philippines is way different. The environment is way different. Like, everyone doesn't pay attention to anyone who's like in front, especially if they're not a teacher, they're just a student. So that was my experience when I was presenting the lyrics to them. I was in front, everyone was just talking to each other, and I could tell they didn't like what I showed to them, because it was like, oh, okay, funny, ha ha ha, what's the next song or something, whatever. They didn't react that way, but you know what I mean. Like, if you are reporting or presenting to a group of student who has the same age than you, they don't really have that much of respect to keep their mouth shut. Especially if teacher isn't around even. So yeah. And so for group activities, if there isn't teachers, and you're all just teenagers, or technically not adults, like just kids, I guess. Nobody is like in 100% focus. Everyone is just like, are you playing video game? Let's play video game. Oh, let's write the paper now, like last minute or whatever. The only time that I had a group, well, it wasn't really a group event, that everyone was actually having fun while doing it, was when I was inviting everyone to like make their Greek goddess or goddesses, whatever it was, costume in my house, and it was mostly friends of mine, and the group of friends of mine, and it wasn't a group activity because we weren't like what do you call this? We weren't really making it for a group. It was like we make our own costume, and because I do cosplay at that time, I knew some tricks and I knew some materials that you can use, and everyone was like, okay, let's help him, or like let's help each other. And it was really fun to me because everyone was like really into it. It was like it was literally again like crafts class or something. What was it, like arts and craft class or something? But with high school students. Yeah, that was one memory that I can't forget. We after we finished, that's when we started like playing around, because now there's nothing, we're not procrastinating anymore, like we finished what we had to do, and that's it. That's the time. There's still time left, let's play some video games, and we had fun. It wasn't like, oh shit, we just had fun all day, I guess we can't make it, ha ha ha, like, you know and now I think I'm more of the guy who, like, if they are into the same thing, um I'm more to like, let's get things done. Let's get things done, then have fun later. Yeah, school was changing to be like that as I left high school. Yeah, it's more course that I compose mostly of introverts or smart wise people. Yeah. Yeah, I was elementary school are just filled with kids who are trying so hard to be cool and not cringe. Yeah, I was also in the same what do you call this? I was also at the same environment, and also the same person at the other end who's trying to fit in. It was way harder for me because we were like moving to different cities, so I don't know, like, how do I not get bullied by someone else by bullying them first? It came to that, and it was really difficult. And then my mother only knew that I was like really rude to some other student because she thought that I was just being a delinquent at that time, until I told him I was like that so that I don't get bullied. What do you mean? And then she realized, oh, because we were moving around, and so it wasn't because I was stupid or like I was doing it to hurt. It was to protect myself. Yeah. Yeah, but my bullying wasn't like hurting physical. It was verbal, calling names, where they can also call me back names, and I'm fine with it. I don't like lash out to them. It's more like, haha, joke, you can joke, you can poke fun with me, right? You can do that too. Okay, that's good. Okay. you know but it's really awkward when they can't tell if they can do it back to me or something, because what happens then is that they just take it, and now I feel bad. But yeah, it was weird the way that I break the ice that way. I guess, to leave an impression that way to people who doesn't know me. In a way, I guess I was making a different version of me, because I used to be just a different kind of rascal back then. This was really young, elementary, by the way. Just to give you some context. Maybe you're like, oh, what the fuck, Elias, you bully people, you're a bully, man. It was elementary, you have to change your image every time you move to a different city. You got a chance to change your image, even if I was like going back, like, there was one time I was going back to my hometown, and they were surprised I was different. I'm like, what do you expect? I'll be like just the same kid, snotty little kid, brat who like fights everyone. I'm much civilized now. Sips tea. How to bully back as early as elementary. Not that it's good. Yeah, again, you weren't here around, but I grew up with an elder sister who like bullies. It's not really bully, but we get into fight a lot. And yeah, I wouldn't back down if a girl like fights me, because all I'll think about is that this is like just fighting with my sister, But she's an older sister, so she always wins against me, right? And yeah, so yeah. How else am I supposed to say? Like, when I grow older, we do still fight, but not physically. Like, we like just shout to each other or something, right? And what tends to happen is that if we do, if I imagine if we do fight, she'll probably would just win, because I'm not a sportive. I don't do sport stuff kind of guy. I just mostly sit around and do this, whatever I'm doing right now. So yeah, she does a lot of sport. She did like kickbox. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but she did what do you call this? Basketball, kickboxing, like all those kind of stuff. I didn't, so just a little bit more context there. Why she would like easily just win every time we fight, or anytime we fight. Took me until high school as well. Yeah, in our high school in Philippines, the bullying is mostly verbal, like calling out people, and sometimes if you don't reply, they will think that you'll just end up being, you're just a punching bag. So if you don't think, wittedly, like in a very fast way as a reply, yeah, it ends up really bad for you. But everyone thinks that it's just a joke. Everyone thinks it's, and then there's some people who like take it seriously and like, oh my god, he calls me fat. I'm so fat. But yeah, I don't know. Also, there's also the when we grow older in Philippines, the word fat. I don't know how to explain this without making it like really weird. I know for some, like in here in foreign lands, in the west side, in the west side of the earth, they're a bunch of pussies. They can't take it when somebody calls them fat. No, what I mean is like, I know it's like fat shaming for them here, right? For us there, because we're in a third world country, you being called fat is like healthy. Oh, you eat very well. You've been taking care of yourself. That's what it means for us there, because it's in the third world country. There's no food. There's no food. We're like in a battle royale every time. Oh, you looted that house. You got fat. Thank you. So yeah. But here, if you say that, it seems like you didn't took care of yourself, and you left yourself in a kitchen for like 3 days and ate all the food. That's how they feel about it. And I can't really, like, every time I try to mention that, or like try to say that, oh, you're yeah, and they know that they look fat, or like they look, more than they used to when we last time meet. I have to explain to them, no, that's not what I mean. No, I mean, like, in a good way, even though that would be like, wait, are you into fat people? No. It's so difficult. Because my brain still registers it. Oh, you're still looking out for yourself, or like, oh, you didn't just give up to eating or something. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. There's also me who, however I do or whatever I do, I don't get fat. There was one time I almost did, but it never happened. I don't know why. Maybe sometime soon when I get older, my metabolism just dies, and like every time I eat, I just become, a slob. But so far, I still look. I still look like I'm still 17. or even sound like still 17. But saying that I did like that, I was stopping others from getting bullied in my place. Yeah, if someone was actually insulting me, it didn't get to me. But if they were insulting a friend, that would make me angry. To me, the verbal is fine. Like I don't get, you know, whatever it is. It's just an insult. That's how I see it. If they're talking to my friends, obviously I would like have to look at them. If they're fine with it, okay, they're fine with it, they can take it. But if they are not, and I can tell that, you know, it's bothering them and they don't like it, then that's when I have to, like, you know, intervene and say, or maybe like support them and say like, oh, they don't mean it, they're just poking fun of you, or like they just do that because they have nothing else to do with their life, or, you know, doesn't mean that it's justified, you know. But I guess in a sense, if they have something to latch on other than those insults, like finally realizing that, you know, it's just them looking at you like that. I don't look at you like that, or like, you know, I don't see you that way, so why should you believe them? You know, it's not their words for you to seek your validation. It's your way of seeing yourself to seek your own validation, you know? So yeah. Because I don't want to get angry for them. I'm not their parent, or like I'm not their emotion, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, what I'm trying to say there, but you know what I mean. Like I'm not, I don't want to get mad for someone else and then later on they'll be like, why? Because we're friends. We're not friends. I was betrayed. I believed in you. And that never happened, but you know, just imagine if that happened. Maybe I think that way now, but before I never. I just had that subconsciously as a cushion, I guess. Is that a cushion? I don't know. Haven't seen you IRL in a while, so I can't call you fat. Shut up, Zix. You're fat. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not fat shaming you. You're already fat. You're just ashamed of it. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Please. It's a joke. Please. I don't know why you join. You just heard fat and you joined the stream. I don't know what's wrong with you, huh? Why are you joining now, huh? I wasn't calling you or anything, all right? Bro, my mom is a bit brutal with the fat shaming thing. I remember, I don't know how to say this without making it like, because she came from Philippines, all right? She still has the same mentality as I do, where she sees something, she says it, and that's it. Like, why do I have to be conscious about it? Or like, what's PC? What's that? Like, why do I have to be political correctness or something? It sounds like, you know, ignorant or something, but not in an evil way, all right? But there was this one time where she was literally the same thing, and this I said, like, you're fat. I just said that. You're the one who's doing the shaming. You're ashamed of it. I just say what I see. I'm like, badass, mom, badass. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna grow old and I'll have like, she has grandchildren and her grandchildren are like, you know, fat. I'll imagine my sister's, I don't think I'll have children, but my sister will probably have. But I imagine she just calls her grandchild, you're fat. And the grandchild starts crying, and you're like, don't be sad about it. You're the one who's sad about it, I'm not. God damn it. Also, my mom watches my stream sometimes. I don't know if she's watching this. And if she does, she sometimes chat in the chat. I hope she doesn't, because that. But you know, she doesn't have any sort of YouTube channels. I guess it's fine. Oh God. And I heard the cultural difference in how the word fat is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I explained it to you. You were in the Discord call. You ding. I'm kidding. By the way, Zix, I deleted our old Valheim world, the one with Genji, Kirby. I can't remember which name is it. Yeah, Kirby. But I took all the items from there and took it to the new world that I made, or the new world that was generated, because why not? Because the update, they added so much things in the update, and I might need to even do that in my original world, but I haven't explored far enough to load new chunks, so it might still be fine for me. Hello, Elias mom, please take care of this hard work. No, I have to take care of myself. She keeps telling me that. She's just like, I'm not gonna be here forever. Go take care of yourself. So yeah. But thanks. I'll tell her that, or I'll send her that message. It's cool with me. I'm sorry I couldn't come for when you guys played the day after. I fell asleep. It's fine. You need sleep. I don't know how, you're busy with your life. I don't know how well, it's not really busy like busy, but more of like whatever you're doing. It sounds like whenever I say busy, some people think like meaning it's productive. It's more nowadays, I feel like more like occupied is the right word. Like you're doing something else. It doesn't always have to tend to be you're grinding, like you're doing something, you know, important. Like you could be sleeping, like I said, or you could be just being on your bed and just spend time for yourself, because you need that too. Some people want to do that, or not just want, but needs that in their life, or even day, or whatever have you. Because I do that. Like, people are like, oh, let's go out. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to go out. And they're like, oh, it's canceled because COVID regulations, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes! Fuck yeah! I can stay in and just watch movies or whatever I'm into. Being busy, staring at the void. Yes! Being busy, staring at the void. It stares back at me, I have to swoon the void. Swoon that void. Let's go. Come at me. Come to me, my missy void. Oh, how much I miss you. You go home and you're like, you meet your Mrs. Void, and she's like, Gohanesuru, Ofuronesuru, or G. Stare. Just stare at me. if you do sending her a message, please use the and she just knows that I'm streaming sometimes. She doesn't really watch the stream. She do sometimes, and I would be like surprised. Why are you here? Why are you watching my stream? You shouldn't be here. I'll tell her. I'll tell her that. Thank you for the message. Oh yeah, I don't know if you were around when I was saying this, but yeah, I taught her how to play first-person shooter games recently. She had fun, I guess. I made her play the first Portal game, and yeah, she found it interesting, I guess. But she only played through the first half. After it got like getting really dizzy and difficult, like the jumping part where you have to go looped for the momentum. She didn't like that because she couldn't do it, so she made me do it the rest of the game. So yeah, but it was still she still find it fun. The way how games tell story is way different compared to, you know, you're watching a film, because when you're watching a film, you're being spoon-fed all the stories. Meanwhile, if you're playing a game, you have to look for the story plots, or like the parts that makes the story interesting. I don't like this. Let me do it differently. It's like it's look like just nothing. There's no shading. It's cool to have parents that are open to experience what you do. Yeah, my mother watches anime with me from time to time. I watch most of the Ghibli films with her. I think I did. I watched some Makoto Shinkai films with her, like, you know, Your Name. Your Name, she cried on Your Name. I watched it. I'm like, almost cried, but not so much. She watched Silent Voice. She doesn't want to watch a series. The last time we watched a series together, it was anime, like Japan anime. It was Midori Days, Midori Days, and before that it was Mirai Nikki, which was 2013 when we watched. The recent one that we watched a series together that is animation is Arcane. She liked it. That's where when that's when we were like, that's why she ended up playing a video game, because she was asking me, can I play League of Legends? I want to play this game. I'm like, no, it's not the same. It's not the same as the film is, the series are portraying it. It's not the same as, you know, it's not. When I showed her the playthrough, she's like, oh, that's stupid. I want to walk around and bilge water and see like this and that, and not bilge water, but like pilt over and or zone, or like see the environment, and you know, she was just thinking of another game that never existed. So I'm like, yeah, okay, no, it doesn't look like that. Imagine his mom biting her tongue and then she watches the stream to check. Watching anime together is awesome. Yeah. I have my aunt who lives in Japan, and apparently she watches One Piece, Kimetsu no Yaiba. She watches Jujutsu Kaisen. She watches them because she has nothing else to do. she doesn't watch them because she got into Japan because she likes anime. She just lives in Japan, and You know, she has nothing much to do, being a housewife, so she just watches anime. And you know, it's always because they have this activity with my mother and relatives where they chat every once in a while, like once a month or something together, and she will always end up talking about anime. You know, she's like, this is a really good show. Like she's talking like as if she's watching you know, she watched Game of Thrones, even though it's an anime. And most people in her age or in her generation um, are like into, you know, real life action drama or whatever. But not her. She was like, I like this anime. One Piece is really cool. And yeah, she was like one of the cool aunts. Like she goes like whenever she meets us, she would bring us like anime related gifts. Some are like Sanrio, Hello Kitty, that's for my sister. But yeah, like there would be like One Piece shirt or something, I don't know, whatever it was. Cool aunt, very epic, very pog. One with the greetings, hello, takoyaki. Oh, you were here yesterday too. Nice seeing you around, watching together. Yeah. Wait, do you just get this man on smear your ass, bitch? I'm kidding. Where was I? How do I do this now? Yeah, I think I can do it in a different way, maybe. Oh, let's experiment. I'll experiment. No, duplicate structure. I'll have to see if I learned what I learned from my internship. You know, well, I didn't really learn it. It's more of like just experiencing it. I have to leave for a bit. If I miss the rest of the stream, I hope the project finishes up well. The rest of you. No, I'm not finishing the whole project now. It's just this sequence or shot. But thank you for hanging out. You stayed quite a bit than you intended. But thank you. It was a pleasure to have you around in the stream, listening to my stupid stories and stuff. Thank you. See you around, cowboy. Thank you, Pork Chop. Have a nice rest of the day, evening. Take care. Yeah, I was supposed to be writing a letter, but I guess tomorrow exists. Oh no, I know how that feels. I felt that yesterday when I was like, should I play Celeste today or should I start working on this? There's still tomorrow. Things are going back again to, you know, working for school or anything related to jobs. Holidays is over and yeah, should start being productive again and stuff like that. Like in my head, like I don't want this to be over. I would just want to keep being lazy and wake up or get up 12 or something, I don't know. But no, I have to be productive. Or else there's nothing to be done at all. But yeah, thank you. Have a nice evening. Have to go now or else you won't be able to either start that letter or sleep. Or I don't know how late it is in your time zone there. But yeah, take care of yourself. Yeah. I'm gonna do a pro gamer move. Bruh. I'm probably gonna start learning animation later this year. Oh, that's exciting. If you need help, maybe I can help, but not like do it for you. More like just giving, heads up. Don't do this. The master have failed more than the student, kind of thing. But if you want to experience, or not just experience, the thing about art, well, some people who like to endeavor themselves with art, some are afraid to make mistakes. That's why they go and, do tutorials and stuff. And some are just like me, who's like, what happens if I do this? And everything just explodes. Oh, that's great. Now I know that I should never do that. Let's try it again with a different thing, like that's me with art. I'm not afraid to like make a mistake, and then eventually I go like, I ask someone like, hey, does this look good? And like they will say like, it looks like shit. You don't know what you're doing. I'm like, okay, thank you. So what am I supposed to do? Yeah. So yeah, if you're fine with figuring things out yourself, that's also good. There's nothing wrong with that. I did that, but took longer than it should be, because I was yeah, I'm not a fast learner. I'm a slow learner, slow kinesthetic learner, learner. Yeah, it's mostly because of my film ideas regarding things that I can't have. Yes, I know. When I watch Arcane with my mother, every time there's like a really epic transition, or like thing is happening on the screen that really looking good and stuff, I told her, you can't do this in real life. Like even the colors, like you don't know how hard it is, like especially in real life. Like if you go watch action sequences in real life and say like let's see, like what do you call this, you compare people who's like fighting in real life in a dark alley. Yeah, it's really dark, you can't see shit. You know what I mean? Compare that to an animation where, yeah, it is dark, but you can ramp up the color and like, put highlights on parts that that will still look odd if you think about it realistically, but artistically it's fine, because that's what you want the audience to look at, or what the audience you want them to see. So just heads up there. So yeah, animation is above and beyond just filmmaking. And even if you do want to do wacky effects, you can't really do it practically. You need to hire an actual animator, or someone who knows enough about animation to do it for you. Or not just animation in general, but anytime that it gets touched by someone in digital space, that's when things get to happen, I guess, or things just happen. What is your animation workflow is like, depending again on the thing that I'm making. For this film, I already have, let me again share this. I already have this, an animatic, because we're supposed to submit an animatic for the first semester. We're supposed to work on this um yeah, we're supposed to work on this for like 2 semesters. So the first semester is just submitting an idea, polishing the animatic. So yeah, I have an animatic now, and it's around 2 minutes long. And now I just have to first do this rough animation I have here for this one sequence that I wanted to animate. So I have a rough animation like this for the foreground, because what I'm planning to do with the background, it's some of them are gonna be in 3D. So I have that. I mean, you can see that I overlaid it to my animatic. So animatic. I don't know how to say it correctly. So yeah, it's used as a guideline for the timing and stuff, as you can see. And now what I'm doing just now is just doing a clean line. Well, it's not really clean line up, because how it looks like it's going to end up looking like this. Let me see if I can open things without showing things that shouldn't be shown. Right, where is it? How it's supposed to look like. Huh. Huh. I don't have it here. No, not this one. I need I'm looking for it. Sorry, 'cause I don't have it apparently. That's that. That's that. There you go. Short test. It'll look like this. Actually, maybe I should take this color. You know what? I'll just change this color. I'll do that now. Or maybe I'll just redo this. Actually, what am I doing? I could take this and make this. It's just 2 for now. Yeah. Yeah, smart. Big brain. Edit. Project. No, effect color, replace this, and then delete, and then yeah, cut it, apply. There you go. Just add this color now. Edit. Remove. Okay. I'm gonna delete. Don's homework folder. Let's go. Do you have to work on that yourself, or are you working with a team? By myself. It's independent film animation. It's not yeah. But I need to look for some sound designer or sound person, because I have no idea how this will sound like. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I've been streaming for like how long now? About 5 hours. So I think that's about it for now. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream this, but you know, the stream was good. It's gonna become unlisted though. There's gonna be a playlist on the description here right now, and you can click on that playlist or just go to my channel. There's a playlist there. If you want to watch the rest of it, but it's really long stream, so I don't think a lot of people will watch it. Anyway, so yeah, it will be unlisted. That's that. Thanks for just people just joining now. Yeah, thanks for you don't have to stream it though. Yeah, I know, but the reason why I do is because uh I'm more productive. Like I do more stuff because I'm more forced to do it rather than just doing it myself. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow I won't. I don't know. So there's no promises again. Yeah. That's that. See you around, guys. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for sticking around, even if you are busy with your day or something else you're doing. Thank you for tuning in, listening to me ramble about some stupid stories I had. Again, I will put this enlisted. Maybe I'll clip some of the stories. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's not that interesting for some people. But yeah, you know, whatever. Thanks for having me, and I thank you for having you in the stream. Where is there it is.